What's up, everyone? Thanks for joining the live stream. I'm probably mostly speaking to folks from the future watching the VOD back, so appreciate you hopping on and watching that. So just figured I'd play some Slay the Spire. So I do kind of some variety here on the channel covering different pop culture topics, and indie games are typically something I enjoy, and I figured why not try my first live stream just running through Slay the Spire, giving me something kind of more to do. If anyone happens to jump in and want to talk about any other pop culture topics, happy to do that as well, but I figured I'd play this game and kind of go through it and explain it as mostly if you've never played the game and yeah, go from there. But I've never really talked out loud through a live stream myself, so keep that in mind running through this. But let me just pop open the game and kind of explain the point of it and everything like that. I just kind of assume anyone watching this is starting from a base point of not understanding the game, so I'll try to explain things as we go along here. So let me pop that game up now. Let me share that. And let me know if the audio, either through my mic or through the gameplay, is too loud or too soft, and I can make any adjustments from there. So we will just go from there. So let me shift over. Slay the Spire is kind of a weird game. I've tried some variety as far as just showing games on screen, and feels like there's a little bit of delay with this one. So hopefully we don't have any issues, but either way, we're just going to jump right into things and play some Slay the Spire. And as mentioned, if you have anything you want to talk about in the chat as we're going along, whether it's game related or other pop culture topics, happy to do that. So jumping in. So if you're not familiar with Slay the Spire, it's a indie roguelike deck builder game. So that's kind of the general gist of the gameplay style for this one. And starting things off, so I actually have the game on console. I've never played it on PC, just recently picked it up during a sale. And I figured why not run through this on PC for my first time with everybody. It's going to be some differences here, though, because once you play the game longer, you kind of unlock different cards and things like that that make it a little bit easier and make some more options available to play throughout it. So we're starting from scratch here, so it's going to be a little bit different from what I'm used to because we're going to have not a lot of things unlocked at this point. So there's 4 different characters you can play as. We can only play as the Ironclad to start things off. From there, we get the Silent, the Defect, and the Watcher. The Ironclad's probably, I don't know, my 3rd favorite character, I would say, overall, but either way, we will start off with him. He's more of a strength build. You can kind of see the details here as far as what he does, but pretty much after every combat, he heals 6 health, and he's more of your brute force, try to just annihilate your opponent before they kill you type of character. There's 2 different styles I really like to go with. I'm not sure we're going to really be able to do some of those because some of the cards aren't unlocked, but there's one build you can go with, and thanks for letting me know you can hear me as well. So, a block build, which pretty much you block, and then you use your block to attack, or a strength build, which pretty much just adds more strength to your own attacks. I typically go that route, but as I mentioned, both of those may be a little bit more limited with the cards that we start off with. I need to keep in mind we'll probably die a few times, maybe before even beating the first round of things here. So we have 3 acts we run through here. So here's kind of the layout of the first act. You pretty much choose a path, and you can kind of highlight what you want to try to go for throughout your journey up through the act. So you have unknown, which these are events, so that these can either be good or bad things. They can be shops, they can be different challenges. Merchants, you pretty much just buy stuff from. Treasures give you different relics and things like that. Rests allow you to upgrade cards or heal yourself. Enemies or fights, and then elites are stronger fights that typically come with relics or higher rewards than a normal fight would be. So let's see from the beginning. As I mentioned, I typically try to hunt elites, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to do that super well with this first round, but we may try it anyway and just realize we may die throughout the process. So let's look here and see what we have elite wise. So we have, if you go left or right, we face a couple. If you go up the middle, you only face 1. How are we looking for rest sites? That's a big one probably early on in this game. There's quite a few going left, so maybe we go left and then play it from there as far as which path we want to take. So let's just start off with our first fight here. And as mentioned, just first time playing this, so it's going to have a lot of the beginning teaching moments as well, which we don't really need. I typically play on a little bit faster mode. I'll probably try not to do that for this first run through, but maybe afterwards I'll wind up changing it because it goes a little faster. You don't really need the slowdown of understanding what's going on here. So your base cards, if for anyone unfamiliar, you start off with just some attacks, some blocks, and you typically get 1 special card for your character. So he deals vulnerable, which makes your attacks stronger when you hit when they're vulnerable. So this will be our strongest card early on, but none of these cards are really that great from a starting standpoint. So he's hitting us for 11, you can see there, and he's got 40 health. So let's we're going to heal afterwards anyway, so maybe we'll block once and we'll hit him a couple times. All right. We'll make him vulnerable and we'll hit him afterwards. I need to be mindful too. My webcam is above my monitor, so if I'm not looking fully at that, that would be why. Okay. It's a very beginner tip there, saying that you shuffle back your deck into your hand, and we can kill him there. So should be fully healed. Yep. So we get potions as well. They're up here. It's going to tell us that here, but we have our block potion to start things off. And I mentioned you can do block builds. Is it realistic to do that with? I'm not positive I fully remember what cards you start with as opposed to stuff that you get as you progress and unlock stuff. So not sure this is going to be something that's going to be a value add this early. Although I am tempted to pick it up. I typically like strength builds more than the block build, but we'll grab it just for some variety. As mentioned, we may not wind up winning this run, but we'll pick it up. You also don't have to pick up every card, so that's something to keep in mind as well. So Transformer card for this event. We will play a little aggressive. Well, we did just pick up Body Slam. Do we want to get rid of blocks? Maybe we'll dump a regular strike and see what we get here. Gain 2 vulnerable at the start of turn, you get an energy. So that's what we just picked up from that. I don't know if I love that. It's obviously gives you more stuff you can play in future turns, but getting vulnerable is kind of a risky thing to do in my opinion, even for somebody who kind of uses their health as a weapon. Okay, this is kind of a rough starting hand. That's really all we're going to do there. Okay, now we don't have any blocks, so we don't have a whole lot of options. We'll just hit him and take 6 damage, as you can see with that. We'll show off the body slam here, so we'll block. Well, that's actually worse than a regular strike, so maybe we won't do that. But if we wanted to here, we could attack with the damage that we now have as our block. So we'll just hit him with a couple regular strikes. And as I said, I don't love Berserk. I think we're gonna hold off on that. I'm not sure we'll end up keeping it throughout the whole run because I don't typically play that risky. I like to play risky sometimes, but that's a little bit aggressive of a play style to make yourself vulnerable, especially since I don't have that many cards that need that much energy to be played. So not really helpful for us at this point. Fairy in a Bottle. This is one of the best potions in my opinion. So pretty much if you ever die at any point, you just automatically heal. So that pretty much sticks in my potions until I die at some point. Okay. So Thunderclap, we can give everybody vulnerable. I don't love that. I feel like it's in theory good, but only one vulnerable goes away pretty quickly. I do like Twin Strike, especially when you get stuff like stacked when your strength goes up because you wind up dealing, 6, 7, so forth damage up even higher. Although Cleave at this point in time, I think I may go with that because I like the one where it's like X attacks to everybody, but I'm not sure I even have that unlocked. So we'll grab Cleave for now just for some kind of AoE hit everybody attack. And at this point, do we want to Elite Hunt? We have a few rest stops. We have a couple fights before that Elite, then another fight. So this is probably risky. We may wind up dying early on in this run. So we'll give it a go, though, just to kind of take the chance on it. We do have that potion as well, so we'll probably be okay, even if we have to wind up, unfortunately, using that. We will kill you. And we'll block now. We'll play it not super aggressively. Okay. Well, he's not attacking us, so we might as well go for him now. We don't need that at this point. As I said, we'll see if we keep Berserk in the hand because it's not something I overly typically like to use. But we kind of just got random luck given it with our event we had. All right. Iron Wave could be good with the body slam we have. I did mention I like Twin Strike. I don't really care for Warcry. We'll try Iron Wave because we do have that body slam. Okay, this would be good to have the attack that hits everybody, which we did get. Unfortunately, nobody's vulnerable, but we start off with that. And then Can we kill anybody? We can kill you. Is that worth doing? I think so. Well, should we actually just kill one of you because we can deal 11 damage to somebody, but that's not enough for either of them, so probably I wish this killed him alone, but it's not going to. Yeah, we'll take you out. And it doesn't really matter here, so we'll just use that. Gonna take a little bit of damage, but we heal after every fight as our kind of leader ability. So here's the relics up here. We haven't picked up any other ones along the way, but burning blood after each fight, we wind up healing 6 health. So that's kind of the Ironclad's special ability. And here we just wind up finishing them off. So not too bad. Do we want a second cleave? I don't think so. Shrug it off. It could be a good for our block build, which I didn't plan on going with, but that's kind of the interesting part of this game is you have things that you enjoy playing with, but then they only may give you some different cards, so it's kind of randomly generated cards given to you. So you have to be kind of flexible. Sometimes I really like to force a certain build, but that's probably not the best approach. So we'll end up grabbing Shrug It Off here, just because we do have that block build kind of working in our favor. So this guy gets stronger when you play skill cards, not this turn, but following turns. I would have liked to get something maybe a little bit better our first turn. We'll see what we get here. Well, this guy could wind up becoming a problem because I guess our blocks are kind of attacks, so maybe we'll be okay with that. So this is the first elite we're facing, so we'll get a relic after we beat this guy. And as mentioned, skill cards are kind of dangerous to play against him. See, he's not somebody I want to play and get vulnerable against because he's going to be a problem. I think we'll just do that, and we're mostly blocked, and I don't want to get well, is he about to make me vulnerable anyway? I'm trying to remember if he does. What's in my hand anyway? I think he makes me vulnerable, so I'm just going to maybe risk it, and we'll throw that out there. Okay, yeah, I think we got vulnerable from him, so wound up being a decent choice. We'll just get some block with our own attack card there. I think we'll go you. How badly do we want to kill this guy this turn? As I mentioned, skills are kind of risky to play against him. I think well, I can play this and make this stronger, but then he's also going to get stronger. And I want to try to kill him next turn. I think we're just going to do that. And hopefully get some attack cards that are strong enough to take him out next turn. Alright, so are we going to be able to? So if I hit him for 8, he's going to have 12 left. Then he's vulnerable. That'll do 9. That's not going to be enough. Should do another strike card this turn. So we may wind up going heavy block here because it'll make him stronger, but well, I say that, but how much? Let's see. We got 3 stronger there. I think we just do that and we take some damage here. A little more than I would have liked, but is what it is. We will kill him there. Let's see what we get. So whenever you exhaust a card, deal 3 damage to all enemies. That's good for certain builds where you play a lot of exhaust cards, but I don't know if we have that necessarily thus far, and I don't know if we're really going to go for that because I don't love exhaust cards. We'll obviously pick it up, but I will not necessarily... Ooh, okay, that's tempting now. Whenever you play a skill, exhaust it. So pretty much we would have free skills and they would deal 3 damage to all enemies. The problem you run into there is if you play that too much, you wind up running out of skill cards, then you have no block eventually. So, ooh, I'm tempted by that, but I may pass on that because it's a little bit risky for what I've built thus far. Flame Barrier is kind of nice. So you get block, which we could use as for our block attacking build. And when you're attacked, you deal 4 damage back. So it's kind of attacking various ways. So this would be a fun approach to go with, but I think we're going to play a little safer and go with Flame Barrier. All right. Well, he's hitting us for 12 right off the rip. Do we want to be vulnerable? I don't think we're going to. I'm not sure if I want to keep that card. I said it a few times, but Berserk, it feels like it's a kind of high risk, high reward. Well, I mean, not a whole lot to play with here. We'll just maybe do that. And hopefully kill him next turn. As mentioned, I know a lot of people probably would mostly watch this back on a VOD type setup, so I appreciate you being here if you are watching it back. Let's see. We'll do that. See what we get. Yeah, that card is... They really want me to play that. Yeah, I agree. Some of the cards that are high risk, high reward, it's like, unless I'm going for the build where I already feel confident in, that's a little bit risky. Okay. I typically like seeing red. It's kind of clogs your hand a little bit, but it gives you extra energy, which you already get with that Berserk card. But maybe we'll grab it. I think I'll pick it up. I don't want to get too... So as I mentioned, you don't have to pick up every card because your hand size gets fuller, so then you wind up being stuck with too much junk. Yeah, agreed. We'll go here. Maybe we'll actually, as mentioned, you can either heal at these or you can upgrade cards. Let's see what we want to upgrade. Tempted to see what we want to go with here. So you can pretty much upgrade all these cards one time. There's one card that you can get that you can upgrade infinite amount of times, but I don't really normally pick up that card even if we wind up finding it. And you can see kind of what the upgraded version, like this one, gives you 3 vulnerable and a couple more damage. I like Body Slam typically because it winds up being a free option to just hit with your block. So maybe we'll go with that. Cleave would be nice too because we're hitting everybody 11 damage instead. Let's look at the map. Who are we facing? Okay, this guy could be a problem. He's tough against Ironclad because he winds up, you need to play a lot of block cards, which thankfully we've been picking up, so we're kind of the best case scenario for the Ironclad. That is tempting because of that boss we're facing. I think we'll do that. Okay, so we will... Whenever you can rest, you can add a card. So when we go to those rest stops, if we choose to rest, we can add a card to our hand, essentially. Which... I like to play a little riskier. It may not be smart because this, as I mentioned, we have kind of the starter amount of cards to select from, but I typically like to play it a little riskier and upgrade whenever we can. What do we want to upgrade, though? Berserk, that's not as bad. So I've never really kept Berserk. Only getting 1 vulnerable, I could see that paying off, especially if you play it on a turn where they're not going to attack you next turn. I don't hate that. I may actually... Maybe we'll keep Berserk for once, and we'll... Screw it. We'll try something different. As I said, I never keep Berserk in my hand, so... 1 vulnerable makes it a little bit more tolerable. So this guy is kind of a problem. He deals a lot of damage, especially on higher ascension levels where you make it more difficult for yourself. The one trick with him, though, is... So he's sleeping currently, so he's not attacking you. And he's only going to wake up if you break his shield here, and then he'll attack you next turn. You can wait a couple turns. You can't do it forever because eventually he just wakes up naturally. But for now, we can wait and see if we draw better cards. Like, I probably want to make him vulnerable before I fully start attacking him. Or I can get Berserk and not wind up attacking him at all. And the vulnerable will just kind of be not a big problem for me. Okay, kind of a rough card draw. Problem is we play that next turn and then it does become an issue. I could play Shrug It Off and see what I draw, but the problem then is if I draw something that, like, I don't want to draw this because I'll hit him. Well, I guess I'll make him vulnerable, but he won't wake up. So maybe we'll risk and see what we get there. Well, of course, I drew what I didn't want to draw. But I think if I play that now, he won't wake up, but he's vulnerable, and then we can start hitting him next turn. I think we go with that. Okay, do we want to play Berserk? Is that worth causing a problem? Yeah, we'll do it. Why not? We picked it up. This is a pretty awful hand, though, if I'm being honest. Did we need 2 energy? Maybe that wouldn't have been a good card to pick up because we already have Berserk in our deck now. So, do we want to just waste it and then we could not have to deal with it being in our hand? I think for now we'll do that. Oh, we do that too, I guess. I forgot the exhaust. Deals 3 damage. So he's woken up now, so he's going to hit me. Well, the Berserk takes effect right away. I forgot about that. So I'm vulnerable this turn. So actually that worked out pretty well playing that turn. Because now I should be not, yep, I'm not harmed by that. But as I said, he's doing 18 damage. He becomes a problem. I do have a lot of block here, thankfully. We'll see what we get out of you first. I think we'll just hit that. It's kind of overkill on block. And this guy, he starts to, if you wait too long, your defense and your strikes become less and less effective. So you can't really waste your time with him. You have to take him out pretty fast. So okay, we'll definitely hit you with that. As mentioned, we're just going to swing a lot because I can't hang around against you. Oh, he's starting to hurt me. Yep, so he's going to essentially give me a negative effect where my attacks and blocks are less effective. And I'm a little concerned that I do not have him damaged nearly enough as I should at this point. All right, so we do get Flame Barrier, so that not bad there. So if I hit both of those, then well, yeah, we'll do that. Okay, you're kind of. Hopefully, I'll draw. No, I won't. I need to make him vulnerable again because he's gonna be a problem here shortly. Okay, that's a lot of block, which I don't necessarily need at this point. All right, we're just gonna attack you as much as we can, and then I take 7 damage here. Okay, I think we may be okay now. I think he's dead. Yep, okay. So we got out of that at least. Do like this relic. So whenever I pick up a curse, my max health, which is 80, will go up by 6. I'm not sure how many curses you get on like beginning game though, so maybe it's not going to be that helpful. We'll have to see there. That's interesting. I don't normally we're picking up all these cards that I never play with, so this one is interesting because I'm getting block, which I kind of have a block build going. Then I exhaust 1 card at random, which will deal 3 damage to everybody. You know what? We're playing how we never remotely play, and we'll just we'll pick that up and see how things go. I think we continue to be a little risky and just upgrade cards here. I kind of hate Bash, if I'm being honest, as far as a starter card. It's your best starting card, but it costing 2. But I have kind of a lot of energy to play with, so 3 vulnerable is kind of a nice upgrade. What is True Grit? Okay, just another 2 blocks, so not really that helpful. Yeah, you gotta start dealing some more damage. I feel like we're a little bit too defensive, which is not good for this character. Okay, maybe seeing red wasn't necessarily a valuable ad because we're kind of just having it sit and clog our hand up. Although we get to do that, we get to do that. Okay, we got to play every card, so maybe small value there, but not great. Okay, we will... Maybe we'll play it a little safe here, and we'll fully block. Just because we're about to fight the boss. Okay, he should be dead now. Cool. Okay, so we can draw cards with the potion. I don't think I know seeing red. Do we want another body slam? It's not upgraded, but that is kind of the build we're going for. Why not? We'll hit the event. We'll see what we get. Okay, as you come to a dead end, turn around, ceiling trapping you. So we can either remove a card, transform a card, or upgrade a card. This is kind of always the options you get with this event. I never really pick transform because it's not really something you're overly confident in. I never really pick upgrade either because we can do that anyway. Remove a card is typically what I go with because you have like the least amount of chances to do that. You could transform, I guess, and take a risk because it's kind of removing and then swapping for another card. So I think we're just going to wind up going with remove, but not a whole lot. So what do we want to take out of here? I'm tempted just to take another strikeout because we kind of do have a block build going here. I think we're going to do that. I don't want to be too heavy that way, though, because we could wind up not getting enough attack to do enough damage, but we'll see. I do like to transform because of what you said. Yeah. Yeah. Which maybe we should have taken a risk with it, but I don't, as I said, I don't know the beginning cards super well, so we could wind up getting stuck with something that's not great. What do we want to upgrade here? Iron Wave's not the worst one because it gets kind of higher strength or higher attack and block. I do at some point want to upgrade. I keep waiting on upgrading the body slams because they wind up becoming free. We'll go with Iron Wave just because it kind of double helps blocking and attacking. And we haven't even rested once, so maybe that's not smart because, as I mentioned, I play probably a little bit too aggressively. So this guy, he's a bit of a problem for the Ironclad, especially because what he does is he'll go into this defensive phase where every time you attack him, he kind of hits you back with these spikes. So it's better to do things that don't directly attack him that deals damage, like think of things like poison with the silent character. But in fairness, we do have Flame Barrier, which doesn't count as an attack, so we do have some options. I think right off of Rip, we'll probably just hit him with a few attacks. I could take the risk and see what we get there, but I think we're just going to try to get him into his defensive phase as early as possible. Okay, well, can we? So he's got 20. I think we're going to have enough to break him. So he's going to hit me with 32 unless I break him out of his stance here, which we will. So he's in this defensive mode for the next couple turns. So here's where, as I mentioned, where I have to be careful with attacking him because he's going to hit me back, which kind of sucks because we just made him vulnerable. So we have to be a little cautious with attacking him. Although we will get 16 blocks, so there is probably enough to do a lot. So here's where we can really show off what the block build can do. So he's hitting me for 9. I'm going to block for 16, and I hit back for 6 when he hits me. But then on top of that, I can hit him for 16 because that's how much block I have. So I think we're going to wind up going with that approach. And we're fully blocked, and we're going to hit him for another 6. So some good options for this build. The block build is probably the best thing you can do against this first boss. Ooh, do we want to play? I think I want to get Berserk out of my hand quickly, but this is probably one of the worst times because his 8x2 is going to be, what, if I'm vulnerable, it's going to be 12x2? I think that's, if I'm doing my math right, that could be a little bit risky to play at this turn. I don't know. We could play our block potion, although we don't get to really use the body slam this turn if we do that. Let's be risky. Because so on the first time playing this through, we're going to fully heal after this boss. So we can be kind of risky, but he kind of hits hard if you're not too careful. So as mentioned, now he's 12/2 because we're vulnerable. Ooh, I think we're probably going to play that block potion, even though we don't necessarily get to use it to hit him back. I think we're just going to fully block this turn. I may just dump Seeing Red out of my hand because it kind of just clogs my hand. I could play my other potion. Maybe we do that. Let's see what we draw. Well, Flame into Body Slam, kind of nice. I don't hate that. That was probably as effective as we could have. We wasted 2 potions, but gonna have to use them up eventually because you get new ones. All right, so he's got 40. So if I hit him for 40 damage, he'll not attack me at all. I don't know if I can get him that much damage. We'll see. We'll start off with that. Start off with that too. So I don't think we're gonna be able to break him. So maybe we just block here. Yeah, we'll play a little bit safer. He's only at 94 health though, so we should be okay. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so here's the thing you have to be careful too with him. So he's going to go into his shield mode after 10 more damage. So if I play this correctly, if I hit him for 9 here, he's at 1, and then I block again, and then now I hit him for 12. So you want to maximize your final hit because after you hit him for that amount, he winds up going into his shield mode. So that's probably the best way you can finish things off with a big attack before he goes into that. All right, so Flame Barrier, awesome once again. I think we just shrug it off and then we body slam him. Yeah, we have this guy pretty cooked. This build with the block build is definitely the way to go against him. Okay, I mean we could block here, but like he's toast, so we don't have to really do much. Like we'll take 1 damage, he's dead. All right, got our first Steam trophy. Looks like. Or Steam achievement. I'm used to trophies. Interesting. So we got that corruption option again. Demon form, I love though. We're not really doing the strength build. Impervious is interesting because we have the block build, so we're getting 30 block, which would be huge, and it exhausts. I don't do the block build a whole lot. I love demon form. It costs 3 though, but we do have a lot of energy we're playing with. I'm tempted to pick this up. It's probably the right move to make, honestly, but I'm kind of blinded by demon form because I love adding strength. We're gonna go with that. So we get to pick a relic here as well, and sometimes they're not worth picking up at all. You can just skip entirely. So first one, gain energy, but then you can't gain any more gold. That's rough. This one, I don't mind. I feel like a lot of people don't love it. So you gain energy, but you can only pick from 1 card in the future. So when I have battles, you typically can pick from 3 cards. You -2 from that number. So you're pretty much stuck with what they give you. But I don't hate that one, honestly, because it's not really a big negative effect. A lot of these ones are like this one, where it's like a negative impact on your gameplay going forward. And you don't wind up seeing the other cards, so you don't really know what you're missing out on by picking the crown. Tiny House is pretty much a good, safe choice. There's no real negative. It's just not the strongest. You get a potion, you get some gold, you get max HP increased, you get a card, and you get to upgrade a card. So that's tough to pass up on as well, honestly. How much is our... So we're going to get 1 more every time. The problem is with Demon Form is it costs 3, so that's the hard part with picking it. Granted, you only have to play it 1 time. I'm tempted by both of these. We'll maybe play it a little bit safer and go with the Tiny House, but more often than not, I would pick the Busted Crown here because it gives us more energy to play with. But I think we'll go Tiny House for this one. Okay, kind of a weak card to upgrade. See, so we got those potions back already. So this one gives us a free power card to play in any turn. This is a vulnerable potion. Okay. When a card is exhausted, draw one card. Is that something good for an exhaust build? Maybe. See, now I'm tempted. We already went down the block path, and I'm tempted for these strength cards. We're going to pick it up anyway. Okay, so we're on Act 2. Let's see who we have. So this is the Knight. He's kind of a tough second boss. Especially if... I don't know if we'll have it this early in the game, but if you get him later on, he winds up getting like insane amounts of defense when you're trying to attack him. Okay, let's see where rest stops are. A lot of them in the middle, it appears. Elites, kind of spread a little bit to the left. Shops, we have one there, there, and there. Is that all? Typically only get 3, so yeah. So there's a lot of early shops, which we do have money now to spend. I'm thinking we go here, hit the shop, and then we can make a judgment call if we want to go either direction. All right, so let's pop that off the bat. These guys are kind of rough because if you let them live long enough, they'll steal your gold and just leave. So you kind of have to be quick with taking them out. They also are dealing 20 damage to me, which I don't love that. So we'll just block a small amount. Apologies too, as I mentioned, the webcam is above my monitor. I feel like I'm probably looking down at the screen a lot, so I'll probably try to be a little bit better at that going forward. Yeah, we'll try to kill one at least. 15, so we're blocking for 5. What do we draw on next turn? Not a lot of attacking things, unless we draw that, and then we can body slam him, so... We just deal some damage. That's kind of a weak amount left, so hopefully not a waste of playing that on him. Okay, so he's already trying to bail, which kind of sucks. I wouldn't have known earlier on, but they kind of randomly will leave at various times, so he's about to take off. With that in mind, do I care? I may not play this go around. Can I still kill you? Do I have any chance of still? You can tell you're not looking direct at the camera, but it doesn't seem weird to me. Okay, fair enough. Appreciate it. I don't know how people... Maybe they have their webcam off to the side, makes it a little easier instead of being super high up. All right. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. I'm debating if I'm trying to kill this guy or if he's kind of a lost cause at this point because he's kind of gonna get away, I think. Well, we can do that. Maybe we just go with that approach. I'll just dump you because there's no point in keeping you around. All right, as I said, he's leaving, so we may be screwed here depending on how much damage we can put out quickly. I could make him vulnerable. Is that worth trying? Because if I do that, we can wind up dealing 24 damage, but if he was vulnerable, it would be, what, 36? That's not going to be enough. That's not going to be enough. So maybe we just let him get away. Well, we'll show how that works. So he's going to leave with the gold he just acquired. Okay. Exhaust all non-attack cards in your hand. Gain 5 block for every exhausted card. I don't hate that, but at the same time, I'm not really sure that's... Honestly, I may not pick up any of these. I think we'll just skip for now. Yeah, it's... Thank you for telling me, Tip, that I need to pick up a card. I don't plan to pick one up that time. Surprised it tells you that you should still consider picking it up, because there's kind of a strategy with not picking stuff up. Okay, so this guy's a problem because he gains block every time for this number. So every time I hit him, like after his block has gone away, that goes down. So his plated armor eventually wears off if I keep hitting him, but hard part is that I'm not blocking. Well, we're gonna take some damage on this one. All right, so as I mentioned, so he's at 13 now. Well, let's do this. If we're vulnerable, he's only gonna hit me for what, 18? I think we can pull off using all of these cards, honestly. Yeah, that was as effective probably. It's not, we need to hit him kind of for more small numbers so that this number drops, but I think his overall health at least is pretty low, or it's not going to be an issue. Maybe I should have picked up Demon Form. That feels like I keep drawing it late, and it's not overly helpful at that point, because we're kind of at the point of ending the fight. Okay. Well, I think we got him, right? Maybe not. Hit you with that. How much is that going to do? Yeah, okay. Just barely enough. Okay, same cards we have. So as I mentioned, there's not much variety the earlier you play this, because you haven't unlocked all the good cards. Do I, like... True Grit's already upgraded. You can see that it's in green here, so... Tempted to pick that up. Do I want any of these? I don't think I want Iron Wave. Shrug It Off cycles my hand, which is nice. The problem with this is if I have True Grit, but then I have Body Slam, and I play True Grit to try to gain more block to use Body Slam, the exhaust may apply to Body Slam, so then you don't get to use the attack for it. So it's kind of a risky card unless you have a lot of stuff in hand, or if you're just trying to block at the end of your turn. Honestly, I think we're going to skip all these too. All right. Okay, we got a lot of good relic options here. So here's the shop. First time going through it, since I don't think we hit any on the first act. So you can pick cards to buy. You can see the price points here. There's 3 relics to pick from and 3 potions. You can also get rid of a card in your hand. So here's where I mentioned you don't get a lot of opportunities to do this, and it gets more expensive every time you do it. I'm really thinking I'm going to pick up Lizard Tail. So Lizard Tail, it's the same thing as the potion, but it's a relic where you pretty much come back to life. This one I love as well. So you just start with 1 strength, which is just perfect for the Ironclad. This one you get 2 strength for an elite fight, which is, it's all right, I guess. Kind of wanting to pick this up. I don't know if once I pick this up, let's see that. Plus, I think actually I could get both of these. I like Inflame too. I'm pretty much, as I mentioned, I love the strength builds, but I'm kind of going with more of a block build this run. We're going to grab that. We could delete a card and Inflame, but I think we're going to go with this guy. Just starting with strength is always a good win. So don't have a whole lot of gold left to spend, so maybe we just stick with the right path. I would like to fight an elite, but maybe we can at least upgrade then if we go right. Well, I don't really mind losing all of my gold because I don't have any gold, but I also kind of want to fight them because if you beat them, you get the mask, which applies 1 week to your enemies when you start a fight. So where are we at? We're going to heal here shortly. Unless these guys kill me, which is possible, I think we're going to wind up fighting him. Trying to show some variety in this game early on, even if we wind up losing, as I mentioned, so. Okay, kind of a weak first hand. Maybe we play a potion against these guys just to, Okay. Maybe we'll go with Demon Form so we can show it off. So we get 2 strength every turn now, so we don't get it right away, but next turn we'll have 2 extra strength. We'll just pop you. That is nice, it hits everybody. Would have been nice to get a body slam here. So we're fully blocked, but we need to start killing people. I didn't really mean to drop it on that guy. This guy becomes a problem if you let him hang around. I think we'll just go with that. I think I'm going to be... yeah, my dexterity's down. So when I play block cards, they're not as strong, which we have the block build, so not great there. Okay. So the guy on the left will die if I play that. Let's see what we draw. That was smart to play that first. And I think we just do that and hit all of you. Block. Is it going to be useful to get... Problem is I play that, they're going to deal more damage. I don't think... The only pause I do have is that bash will cost more, so that's going to be an issue. We can be vulnerable. Screw it, we'll do it. It's going to hurt a little bit more, but I want to be able to at least kill one of them next turn, and I don't know if I didn't get that extra energy if I'd be able to. Okay. You would be 12 if I played it with you, so that'd be 23, which kills him. Kind of a bummer that it would just go away, though. As far as the vulnerable, yeah, we need a block now. That not great. That -2 dexterity is kind of a pain to deal with. All right. Flame barrier, not bad. I think this guy's pretty toast at this point, so... Okay, so we got that mask. As I mentioned, we start combat with applying weak to our opponents, which pretty much means their attacks aren't as strong when they're hitting us. Strength potion, don't hate that. Upgraded uppercut, so apply 2 weak and 2 vulnerable. So this is the card I typically like more than bash because it costs the same, which is more than a regular card, but it does 2 things instead of just 1. We'll grab it. I like applying weak because sometimes some enemies it's really effective against. They have like the multiplier attacks. Okay, so we don't have enough gold to pay for a relic. We could obtain a relic and become cursed, which frail is pretty rough as far as an effect. We also don't have any shops coming up. We'll risk it. Well, as I mentioned, we're running through this the first time. Pick it up. So I do love that that relic. So whenever we rest, we heal an additional amount. So this guy, he makes us frail, which our blocks aren't as strong. So that's going to be an issue for our build, but we're going to try to dump that card sooner rather than later. I do debate here. I like to play risky, but I do debate resting because we can get an extra card and we kind of need it with our health at this point, especially if we want to try to hunt. Maybe we'll hunt this elite because there's not a whole lot. Are there? Yeah, there's only one regardless of which path I take. And if I go right, there's more resting. So I think we're going to rest now, play it a little bit safe. And we get to pick a card. Okay. Not going to pick you up. You two I'm torn between because I do like, once again, applying weak to the enemies. And it's free. Clothesline is already upgraded, though, and applies 3 weak. Costs a little more, so we're running into the issue of costs for our cards being a little bit too high. But we do have things like Berserk and the Seeing Red that'll help with that, hopefully. Exhaust is kind of nice, though, with our combo, so I think we're going to go with that. I kind of pivoted last second. I was going to wind up going with the card on the right, but I think that one made a lot more sense. Okay, this is kind of a rough starting hand. This is probably as bad as it could be because we don't really need energy. We're not attacking them, and we're going to get frail, so... maybe we'll throw the potion out there to deal some more damage. He's going to defend this guy unless this guy dies. So maybe we'll go for the Centurion. So we'll do that. Deal some damage to them there. Make them a little bit weaker. Do that. Yeah, we're going to try to kill this guy first. It's kind of a toss-up which one I typically go for, depending on... If I can kill him first turn, I'll go for the right guy. If it's going to take a little bit longer, I go for the left guy because he winds up stacking up this block and I have to get through it, so makes it kind of pointless to try to kill the right guy. What is up with my hands I'm pulling here? Okay, so... Did we True Grit at the hope that one of these two cards gets exhausted? I think we'll do that. Not great. That's literally the worst option that I could have picked. So we'll just have a lame rest of the turn. Okay, not bad, but we don't have enough to play both of these. I kind of want to try to kill him quickly, though, so I think we're going to be a little riskier and do that. Do we want 3 block? Is that worth, like, doing? I don't think so. All right. We'll go for a big block attack here. Yeah, I think we do that instead. Well, maybe not, though, because they're not attacking me at all. I think I'm just going to do that. May not have mathematically made more sense, but makes them more vulnerable, gives us more options to kill them in future turns. They're getting stronger, though, so... Okay, they're not attacking me, though, so... As mentioned, these guys are a little bit easier on beginning of the game. We'll pop you... I mean, I could attack him, but I think I'll just use that. Okay, I think you're dead here. Yeah, once you kill the guy on the left, the guy on the right kind of just becomes pretty ineffective at beating you. He'll sometimes attack, sometimes he'll try to block, so he's attacking this time. Sure. 23 damage. Well, yeah, I think we're gonna do that. And he should be dead next turn, I would think. Maybe. If we drew any attack cards. Alright, there we go. Okay, within a turn, lose 1 health, deal 5 damage to all. That's kind of like there's a build you can go with where you're like taking your own health to deal damage, but then you wind up recovering your health too, so it's kind of cycling your health as attack. I don't think we're going with that approach. When you gain block, deal 5 damage to a random enemy. That I'm kind of tempted by. This is also a decent one, upgrading a card. My cost of my cards are getting a little bit high, but we're going to go with Juggernaut, honestly. And yeah, we'll take on the Elite. See what we get here. Okay, these guys can be a problem if you let them hang around, because these little guys you have to kind of frequently kill to prevent the big guy from being a problem. Berserk, not really the greatest time to draw that. I think we start off with that. Actually, we'll pop that now. They're going to deal for a little damage, but do I need my strength potion now? I think we'll hold on to it. Okay. Hit you. Kind of unfortunate that only deals 9. I think we're just going to let him live for this turn and go from there, because 1 damage, I feel, is like 17 at 1, and he's dead anyway because of that flame barrier. So this guy keeps bringing back his mini guys, so that's why you need to be kind of quick, and you need to still kill them though, because if you don't, he'll attack you and they'll attack you. So if you kill them, they wind up becoming, like, instead of attacking you, he'll wind up using a turn to bring them back. So it's kind of effective at wasting his time, more or less. It was probably unnecessary, but... we're going to go for him. Let's see how that goes. I probably should kill them, but... also, it's a balance between letting him hang around and killing the smaller guys. I forgot we still have that shame. We need to dump that. It would be awesome if I played this and it got rid of that. Okay, well, I could play that last, and then I'm good. Wow, so that worked decently. But as I said, this fight is going on a little bit longer than you should against this guy, because it becomes an issue if you drag it out. Pretty much that's the case with most fights, especially the elites or bosses. It's especially with the Ironclad, he's like meant to go fast, or you wind up getting in trouble. Is it worth demon form at this point? Sure. He still has 92 health, so he's kind of hanging on longer than I need him to be. Okay, so as I mentioned, he's bringing his guys back, so that's why. Okay, so we're going for a big block attack this turn. Took out half his health. 46 more to go, not bad. Can we beat him here? Yes, okay. So once you kill him, the other guys just run away. Every 10th attack is double damage. I am so bad at keeping that in mind, so it'll tell you like as it gets closer. So you can be very mindful of when you play certain cards so that your double damage is your biggest attack, but a lot of times I'm not thinking that like well in advance to set it up, but you can really set it up effectively. I don't hate that. I only have 1 curse, which I'm trying to get rid of, though. We're going to skip all these, I think. Start with 1 dexterity. Don't hate that. That's pretty much just a free extra block, which once again helps our build. Since we do have the pillow, we can always rest later and be pretty safe. Is this too weak? Yeah. What do we want to upgrade? I keep saying the body slams. Yeah, we'll upgrade one of them. Well, from here, let's go left to try to maybe do some more upgrading. Not the strongest first turn. So this guy is a problem when he's with this dude, because while this guy's easier to kill, once you kill him, it makes this guy's attack stronger by making you vulnerable. So as you see, your on-death applies 2 vulnerable. So you don't really want to take out the right guy, even though you typically can. We'll pop you now. I'm a little reluctant not to attack, but I think we just play it safe there. All right. He's attacking me for 10. So here's where, as I mentioned, you just, I think, stick with attacking this guy as much as possible, because even though my random attacks are hitting the right guy. I keep drawing Seeing Red at like the worst times. Like, I don't need that right now. I don't need more energy. I think we're just going to try to get it out the hand. I'm going to accidentally kill that guy on the right. Maybe I should have that turn, because at some point you're like, okay, he's going to die at any point in time, so maybe do it now because it's the least inopportune time. Well, they finally got Flame Barrier. Okay, so we're fully blocked. Do we play... Let's play Berserk. And then they hit me, yeah, well, let's do that. Cool. So that's kind of the thing with the block build, at least for me. I don't necessarily optimize it enough that I finish fights quickly, but since you're blocking a lot, you don't necessarily need to go as fast as you normally do with the Ironclad. I keep drawing Demon Form super weird times too. Alright, I'll hit you with that. I think we just block and then strike. And hopefully get you, maybe next turn, depends on what we draw. Okay, so from here, Flame Barrier. Hit you with that. Hit you with that. Cool. Oh, we have too many potions. Well, maybe I should have played one. I'm gonna dump you because so this potion gives us full potions, which is kind of a problem when you have the Fairy in a Bottle, because it's gonna take up a slot. So you either have yourself die and hold on to 2 potions the whole time, or you use it and you don't get to maximize its ability by filling up slots. Twin Strike I don't hate, once again, but we're gonna skip here again for now. Since we can rest later, we're probably just gonna upgrade here. What do you want to upgrade? I would say Demon Form, but we haven't like drawn it at a time we're really even playing it. Juggernaut, I don't hate. And Body Slam, I don't hate. I think we'll do Body Slam again. So that way, if we draw that with some of our 2-cost cards, we can kind of don't have to avoid playing both of them. So this guy, when you hit him, he winds up getting a block ability. You can see that malleable there. So like repeated hits aren't really effective. Great, I drew that the worst time. It would have been, if I drew that first turn, I may have wanted to play it. We'll just hit him once. So yeah, as mentioned, you hit him so he gets blocked, so that your next attack that turn gets less and less effective at actually dealing damage. Okay, we will get strength. This guy's gonna hurt us this turn, but do we want to block? We'll attack him. Okay, so once again, I was not paying attention to the pendant, but next attack is double, so I should make my next attack probably one of my 2-cost cards that's gonna hit him a little bit heavier. So he's about to curse me. I didn't draw any really great options there, so we'll hit you. We'll just hit him for some damage because of that relic. And you, it's not worth really even doing because he already has 3 block anyway. Sure, we'll just get a card out of our hand. Okay, you're hitting us for a lot, and we don't really have anything to block with. Not the best time. Maybe we'll do that, make him weak, so less strong. Defend, body slam, and kill him next turn. Take some damage here, though, so we're probably going to have to wind up resting before we face the final Act 2 boss here. So let's gain block. Do that. I think he should be dead from these. Yep. Cool. So we can upgrade the cards in our hand with this potion. We already have full potions, and this one's not as great, in my opinion. We're not going to pick any of those up. We'll go to the event and see what we get. So we can add a card or heal. If we heal, we'd be at 69. And then with the pillow, though, we already are going to heal a lot. I'm trying to think of any cards early on that I would actually still want to be adding to my deck. And I'm not really sure I would want any. So we're just going to maybe play it a little bit soft and heal there. Here's where I'm tempted, though. We do get to add a card if we rest, so play it very, very safe and do that. Double your block. Or rage whenever you play an attack this turn, gain 3 block. So these two, oh god, these are all 3 actually pretty good. So what do we want to do here? We'll grab Entrench. I don't feel like I normally optimize using it because you can get that, and there's a power card that I'm not sure I have unlocked that pretty much allows your block to roll over each turn. But I don't think I have that unlocked anyway. Okay, we are going to... You know what? We'll play the Strength Potion. I'm a little reluctant to feel like we need it with full health, but we have full potion slots anyway that probably are going to need to get refilled, even if that's a good potion to keep. But so he does have some metallicize, which, as I mentioned, is the reason he can be really challenging. Well, I'm going to play Demon Form. Unfortunately, Seeing Red didn't really make sense to play because the cards cost 2 anyway, so we couldn't get the value of the Seeing Red unless we just wanted to dump it. All right, so I'm vulnerable now. So this guy, maybe it's a good thing I did wind up healing because this version of him feels a little bit more aggressive than I was thinking we may get in the early on of this game. Okay, yep, we'll do that. I think we're better off just doing that. And then, once again, didn't pay attention to the pen nib, but we got it at the right time with the double attack of the body slam. So this guy eventually, if I don't kill him before he does it, which I probably won't, he winds up like erasing all of his status debuffs, and his attacks get extremely difficult to deal with. Yeah, we'll pop that now. Do that. Sure. Well, get rid of a strike. Wasn't the worst thing to dump. Okay, we can... I keep drawing Entrenched, not at a helpful time. We'll do a little bit of blocking, see what we pull. Well, it's not the worst time for that. Double your block. Yeah, it's okay. I gotta say, streaming this game, I feel like I'm going... It's Probably slower too, because as I mentioned, the setting where it goes a little bit faster is on, or is not on. But I feel like this is the longest I've gone through a run in a while, which kind of is intentional, with showing off some of the how the game works. Okay, so he's not attacking me. He's gonna debuff me next turn. Pop you now. Do that. Do I just want to get rid of well, I can't. I already ran out of energy. All right, we'll get stronger. Make him vulnerable. Attack. Okay. I have so many status effects. Some of them are good, some of them are not good. All right, so here's where he's going to go in his harder phase, where he's going to be hitting for like something times something. Yeah, that is a lot of damage. Okay, good news is I have that, which I held off on to this point. Ooh, 18 damage, or I can block, and then I think we're probably going to do that and then double it, because we get to hurt him as well. Next attack after the next one's going to deal double, so I have to keep that in mind. Okay, so he's not hitting us hard this turn. He's vulnerable too, so now would be the time to strike. What do I have? Don't hate that. So watch this. Here we go. I'm actually paying attention to petting him for once. We're going to hit him for 29, and then we're going to double, so 141. He's way dead. All right, got the achievement for beating this guy. They really want me to pick up this card. This is like third time I think I've been offered this. Barricade. That's where I mentioned blocks not removed. Oh, but I love Reaper too. So Reaper, if you attack people, you get to heal. Kind of a cool ability. And it exhausts, which is building off my stuff. I have to pick up Barricade though. It costs a lot, so maybe I should have grabbed the crown. Although maybe I wouldn't be offered Barricade if I pick up the crown. So it's kind of a, you never know. We're gonna take it because we have a block build. I use health, draw one card. That's okay. That's a little bit too risky. So gain energy, but you can't rest ever again, which is kind of a problem. Empty Cage, I think, is what I'm going to pick up, where you can just dump 2 cards from your deck. Especially because we have that curse that I don't want. What else do we want to get rid of? Should we just get rid of another strike? I think that's probably the move, because I normally dump those and blocks, but we're using blocks as attacks. At least when I draw Body Slam. We'll do that. Act 3. So this guy, I don't love that we got matched up against him. So this guy, he gets stronger when you play power cards, and I have, how many? We pick up 1, 2, 3. 3 power cards, not as, 4. So probably the hardest boss I could have gotten given the build I'm going with now. And then let's look at our rest locations. So left side's got 3. Same with the right side. What about the elites? So you go left. There's not really any elites on the right at all. I think we go left and we can kind of make a judgment call what we want to do. So let's do that. Okay. Well. Problem with a lot of the cards I've been picking up is they are costing a lot, so some of these I'm not going to be able to play unless I do something different for my build and get more energy. Do that. Unfortunately, we can't attack with our block, so we'll just attack him normally. Okay, hopefully we kill him this turn. Not gonna kill him, but we're mostly blocked. Okay, we're not going to waste any time. We'll just take him out. Cool. So this run's actually not going too bad. I wasn't sure how a starting run, since you don't have everything unlocked, would go. I don't want Clothesline, but Body Slam or Flame Barrier are really tempting. Problem is if I draw like 3 Body Slams with 1 turn, then I don't actually get to use Body Slam. And then the problem with Flame Barrier is it costs 2. But we're going to grab it because it's pretty effective as a card. Especially if you get that and Body Slam. Okay, so here's where we can offer a reward, or offer a card for a reward to trade. And if you give him like a card that's not a starter card, you can get health back, but we don't really need health back. So I kind of am going to use this just as an opportunity to dump a starter card, I think. I think we're just going to dump another strike. I haven't gotten rid of all my strikes in a while, but we may be headed towards that. This guy's a problem. He kind of does what that first act boss did, where he hits you back when you hit him. Okay, we'll start off with you. Hit you. Probably the best time to draw Berserk. Honestly, I'm tempted to kill the guy on the right because he's going to become a problem, but this guy blows up and deals 30 if you don't kill him in a couple turns. We're gonna go over there because he's hard to hit later on because his spikes get stronger and stronger. All right, we'll do that. I could do that, but I'm gonna be annoyed if if cleave gets gone. So maybe we'll just cleave. And then we're dealing double damage here. Let's just play it safe there and kill him. I'll just probably dump that to deal a few more damage. Alright, so not a bad fight overall. This guy, I think we're going to be fine dealing with him. Yep, he's dead now, so we cruised through that, not too bad. Exhaust all non-attack cards, deal 22 damage. So Sword Boomerang I do like, because when you get strength higher, it's like, instead of being 3-4 times, it's like 4 times 5. So it scales pretty well with Demon Form. Yeah, we'll pick it up. It's kind of crossing over our build a little bit too much, but... Where are the merchants at? They're all left. Yeah, we'll hit up this merchant, see what we can find here. I do love Mummified Hand. When you play a power card, it makes things free, so that kind of plays into what we've been doing. Even though I don't want to play power cards necessarily against the final boss here, I'm probably going to have to. So we'll pick that up, and that's pretty much all we can do. Go to the question mark here. These guys are... I say this about probably too many people, but these guys are one of my least favorites, at least, because you have to kill them all kind of around the same time, otherwise they come back to life. We'll pop Demon Form. So now that we did that with that Mummified Hand, Bash is free. So we'll bash you since you're about to block. So you kind of have to kill them all around the same time. They come back at like half health, so... It's not the worst if you have to kill them multiple times, but it drags on way too long unless you take them out in a efficient manner. Well, we might as well do that. I think we have to do that. And yeah, not the greatest turn, but we're getting stronger because of Demon Form, so we're at least gonna be able to kill them quickly here shortly. All right, so sure. As I said, we'll diversify our attacking a little bit here. Yeah, might as well. Then we'll be fully blocked, so we'll do that just because we can deal damage to people now. Okay. See, here's where Sword Boomerang becomes insanely strong. Because you can just hit everybody. Pendib's not going to wind up coming back around, so we'll just see what that does first. At this point, I think I'm probably going to go for killing them, and then hopefully... So they're not going to come back until the following turn, so if I can take him out this turn, then I'm good. But 40 health, we'll see. 34 health, we'll see. Alright, this will make something free, which isn't the worst. But do I actually need it? I don't think I do. Well... I'll pop it. That was probably the worst outcome for that. Yeah, maybe we should have not gone with that. So these guys are going to come back now. Which isn't great, but hopefully we'll get Cleave here shortly, maybe? Unless did I just play that? Yeah, I did. Barricade a little late for that, but honestly, at this point, we can play everything, so it's kind of a free card to play. You're dealing the most issue to me, so if I hit you... Okay, you're gonna die from that. I think at this point, well... Yeah, we'll take you out because you're fully blocked. Cool. Alright. So he's dead. Now we're good. So kind of an annoying fight, but it's not too hard. Ah. How many flame barriers is too many flame barriers? I already have 2. Honestly, 3 feels like an okay number to go with. Okay, now what do we want to do though? Do we want to fight an elite, maybe get a relic? Or do we want to rest and get to upgrade? I think let's go elite hunting. Some of these guys are tough. This guy is rough, actually. This may not have been a smart. So these guys can deal like 25 damage sometimes. So they become kind of a big problem. We'll pop you. Well, yeah, we'll pop you. So we make you free. Not really an effective attacking turn, especially because he's going to spawn a couple more of these guys. I don't think a skill would really help me though, so if only I had my no block goes away card that turn would have been nice, because I didn't get that, did I? No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, so they're doing 18, so definitely starting to become an issue. This is kind of rough because you know what, we're gonna pop this, see what we get. Could do that. Could do that. We're gonna pop you, I think. And take that. I can kill this guy just from having that be played. How much block do I need now? I'm doing pretty okay. This feels like a waste, but I think we're gonna do that, and then kill them from that. So not the best, but we need to be doing more damage to him. But we also have to be careful with those guys coming back, because he starts to do a lot more. 25 there, yep. Okay, we can play. Here's the problem where you kind of take a chance. Barricade, it would be nice to like get played here, but if it makes strike free, that's kind of a not great. I think we play it safe and say, you know, Barricade, you're not really going to help us this combat anyway because we're getting hit for a lot. Yeah, we'll take you out, unfortunately. Kind of overkill that guy. Okay. At least the flame barrier is kind of like doing damage for us here. I will play you. I'll just play you out of hand. Okay. A little late for that, but don't hate it. Then we'll go you. And we're definitely taking some damage here, so that's not the greatest. I don't think he's going to spawn anybody, though, so we have to just kill him now. Or not. Well, let's try to... Let's get like an insane block attack here. 37, not bad. Not bad since he wasn't like vulnerable or anything. These fights, though, as I mentioned, this block build is not a strategy I normally go with. They're kind of dragging on longer than I would like. Let you see what we get. Yeah, maybe we have to block, I think. Dragging the fight out. It's not super effective, but we're at least not taking as much damage as we could. Okay, I think here's where we try to close it out. We'll just pop you. Yeah. Well, it's kind of a waste, but double attack. I do like the kunai, especially with our block build. Although we're not necessarily dealing 3 attacks in a turn often. Dude, this is the... maybe it's, as I said, because we haven't had every card unlocked. This is the 4th time they try to give me corruption. We're still not going to take it. We're going to continue on. All right, what do we want to do here? We have elites both directions. We have the same number of rests both locations. One is right now, one's after a fight. And we have the same number of shops both directions. I think I kind of like the left route more. I don't know why. Okay, so this guy, you don't really kill him. You can. It's actually, there's an achievement for doing it, but he only attacks you for 5 turns, and if you survive that, he just winds up going away. But pretty much when you attack him, you lower his attack, so it's kind of a benefit to hit him as far as a block purpose goes as well. Yeah, we'll hit that. Hit that. Cool. But he gets stronger every time, so you kind of need to find a way to scale your attacks as you go on, because he's going to be dealing like 70 at the end or whatever it is. Don't like the idea of becoming vulnerable, but... Oh, 60. That was... I guess I should have realized that's how much that was going to be. So we're taking some damage here. I'm debating the strategy whether or not I use this before the fairy in a bottle or not. I think I'm going to hold off on using it. Also, it's not great because we're taking this... Well, we could heal if we really have to. I don't really want to, but we have an elite still to face, unfortunately. Not the worst. Do we want to deal vulnerable or... we kind of set ourselves up for next turn if we do that. Nah, we'll play it safe. We'll play that. So we're mostly blocked. This guy is harder based off our build, I think, than he normally is, especially since I didn't get Demon Form early to scale my attacks. Of course, I draw it now. Do we risk playing it? I don't think we do, because then we can't guarantee we can play that, which is kind of a huge attack for us. Yeah, we're taking like at least 10 damage every time we fight this guy. Not ideal. We're probably going to need to heal after this fight. Okay, well, at least we get to probably not take any damage this a turn. Yeah, so he's going to wind up going away now. as I said, you can kill him, but you have to have like a crazy stack of like your strength or something along those lines. Not the greatest potion. Do we want an upgraded cleave? It'll be kind of helpful against the boss, but only for the first phase. I think we skip. And we're gonna be a little bit cautious and just heal here. That's interesting. Don't hate that idea. Also don't hate the upgraded Shrug It Off. We'll pick that up, actually. I'm kind of picking a little bit safe cards and pathing. Start with additional energy. That's huge for our like 2 and 3 cost cards that we've gathered at this point. Okay, so not the greatest first turn, but we're probably just gonna play everything. And so this guy is tough because next turn all of my attacks are only gonna deal 1 damage, so you have to kill him like on every other turn. So like this intangible means my attacks only deal 1 damage, which is not great. We'll just start kind of dumping stuff out of our hand here. Kind of a rough body slam turn, but so like even though this says 19, once you hit him, it's only 1. So next attack's double though, so maybe we'll try to set something up good with that. This guy can be tough too. He can hit you for like 50 if you're not careful. We can double flame and then body slam it. Guess that's fine. Not super great, but not the worst either. So he's got the intangible now, so I can't really hurt him here. We can make him weak and vulnerable, though. Demon form I'm tempted by, but I think at this late in the fight... I have 40 block, I just realized. Oh, because it's carrying over, duh. That's the first time I actually pulled off that that card, so forgot about that. And I mentioned this earlier, though, but if anyone happens to join during the stream or even in the post with the VOD, happy to talk about anything not related to Slay the Spire. Obviously, I'm playing it, so happy to talk about the game. But if there's any other topics related to like pop culture stuff you want to chat about, open to that too. Well, we can have a really insane block build here. Just drag this fight out. Oh, got an achievement for over 99 block. We'll hit him with that. So we're not really killing him, but we're not dying either, so kind of a win-win. Okay, we'll pop that. We'll pop that. Yeah, we're not worried about taking any damage this fight anymore. We're pretty much needing to finish him off because our block is not going away, so if I can get that on the final boss, we'll be pretty set. It's just a matter of pulling that off. Okay, yeah, you're dead. Play 3 less cards, draw an additional 3 cards. Maybe I'll do that sometimes. We will dump that potion, pick up that one. Don't really want power cards at this point. Gain 5 luck, upgrade all cards in your hand for the rest of combat. I don't hate that. How much do I really want upgraded, though? I feel like most of our stuff is upgraded, so maybe it's not necessary. I mean... yeah, I do like that card, but I think we're okay without it, ultimately. That guy was easier than the regular fight we fought against the 999 health guy. Okay, so... this is kind of a rough starting turn. At least I can play all of my cards. These ones you want to just kill a single one because they don't like come back or anything. Although they're all attacking me, so that kind of isn't great. I'm tempted to play my block potion, but I should have... Yeah, we'll do it now. I should have done it before I played the body slam, but it's all right. Okay. Make everybody weak. They're gonna hit me for a little bit. Is that probably worth hitting them all for 11? Yeah. I think I'm sitting pretty okay, even with my power cards, because I have the lizard tail and the potion. So even if my character dies, I feel like pretty confident that it will end up coming back and being good enough. Sure. Okay. Hit all of you. I think we'll actually just block there. Maybe not the best use of card placement as far as what to play first, but it's all right. All right, so yeah, you're dealing a lot, so we'll just try to start finishing off this fight, hopefully. We'll just double our block because I think we're carrying it over, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we're almost fully blocked just from saving that from last turn. So we'll hit that. And do we do it again? Sure. We'll just dragging these fights out way longer than they probably need to be, but we're not taking damage, so feels like a safe route to go with. All right, so he should be dead this turn. Just finish him off there. Cool. Cool. Don't hate this potion, so pretty much you draw something back from your discard pile and you play it for free. Rampage is interesting. I don't know if we need another Shrug It Off. We already have one, two. One of them's upgraded, so we'll pass for now. I think we're probably not going to add much more to our deck at this point. Okay, do we want to go to the shop and maybe buy something and get rid of something? Or do we want to... We'll go fight an elite, hopefully. We'll see how this fight goes first, I guess. So this guy, he has artifacts. I don't know if we've seen those really, but pretty much whenever I apply vulnerable or weak, that just takes that away. So you have to hit him a few times with that for it actually to take effect. Yeah. Once again, just playing the drag out our block game here. Do we risk playing Demon Form? I really want to play Flame Barrier. But it's probably not going to make Flame Barrier free, if I'm being honest. I think we'll just play that. Hit everybody. And do a lot of damage to you. Cool. Pop you. You. As far as when you get enough energy, you pretty much can just play everything. Although I don't know if I should have, considering I got weak from that one. Or I made myself vulnerable from that one. Alright, yeah, he's dead, so I think we're sitting good now. Cool. Alright, so we're close to the end of this run. Sure. I don't know if I really want that, but we'll fight another elite. We'll risk it. So this guy, I've said this about pretty much everybody, but you need to kill this guy fast because he doesn't attack you really for a while. So good time to play Berserk. Good time to try to dump a lot of my power cards. We're just going to do that and just deal 3 damage because I don't know if I want to really exhaust anything in the future. So So he's dealing some damage at this point, but not necessarily enough that's going to be a problem. We'll dump you because I need to try to get that off. Because if I get enough block built up, it's not going to be a problem that he starts to scale his attack. So you see he's counting down. He's at 3. So once he gets down to 0, he's like, goodbye. And he starts to try to really... What is this? What is this? What is his hand? Okay, we got some attack. I guess in theory, my defense are stacking at this point, so playing them is fine. Okay, once again, not attacking me. Pop you. Yeah, we'll just play Flame Barrier, just start building up, because we're not going to kill him before he goes into his, like, Berserk phase. So we need to start building up some block to protect ourselves from when he does that here. All right, he's doing 22, so he's starting to get there. Ooh, we could really help our... Oh, if I do that, though, I can't play that. I think that's okay, though. Let's double. So we're pretty set for surviving a couple turns with how much block we've like built up. That's really the value of that save your block over turn card, because once you get it rolling, if you can play, that's the hard part. Sometimes you don't really have the opportunity to play it, but if you can get it off, okay, he's so toast, then you're good for the rest of the fight if you have block cards. All right, so next attack. Can I kill him without... Yeah, okay. That pendant is about to go off. Okay, it's a little late for that, so I can get potions every combat, which we don't really need at this point. So I would pick up Inflame, but A, we kind of have a block build going. B, this guy, the final boss scales with power cards, so I'm going to skip it, unfortunately. It's one of my favorite cards to pick up normally, but... I'm going to pass fighting these guys. A lot of times I get a little greedy, but they can get really strong. So you can get a relic for beating them, or you can just bypass it. So I'm going to say leave, and we'll just go to the final boss. Do we max out our health? We're going to like overkill max it out. Sure. Just play it safe, not upgrade anything. And we'll skip picking anything up. So this is the final boss. There is extra stuff that you can get after you've beaten the game once to play extra bosses, but we're not, unfortunately, there yet. Okay, I was kind of hoping we get some power cards out of the way early. As mentioned, you don't necessarily want them against this guy, but you also, if you're going to play them, might as well just play them early. We'll deal damage to you. Cool. What's up, JDev? How's it going, man? Hope you're doing well today. Just playing some Slay the Spire. I know this is completely different from any horror discussions or anything, but figured, you know, since the audience I have at this point in time, I figured I'd have something to do kind of as doing a live stream. First time doing a live stream too, so kind of just testing it out and see how, you know, things work. Hopefully it's received pretty well on your end, but I mentioned this earlier, but welcome to talk about any pop culture topics as we're playing this game too, so... Don't know if you're familiar with Slay the Spire, but it's kind of a fun roguelike indie game. Appreciate it, buddy. So I do want to play Barricade, but this is kind of a tough... Yeah, appreciate it, JDev. As I said, still kind of figuring it out, and just figured I'd do a kind of a trial with playing through something I'm familiar with and running through it that way, so appreciate you being here, man. Yeah, not familiar. So it's, I don't know how many games you've played typically in the past, but it's an indie game, obviously, so it's a little bit smaller budget, and it's a card game, and it's like a roguelike, so you're kind of supposed to lose a lot of times early on, so you get to kind of unlock better things for future runs, but surprisingly, I mentioned this earlier, but I just picked it up on Steam, so I've played it on console, but we made it to the final boss here, even though this is my first run through with this character, so... I'll try to explain stuff if you're interested. I know you may not be fully interested in the subject matter of it. So as I mentioned, if you want to talk about any other topics like whether it's Dexter, Scream, or anything else, I'm happy to do that too. So this boss, he gets stronger though when I play power cards, but this is one of my better cards, so I'm probably gonna play it here and just hope that he doesn't destroy me too bad. We will do that. Unfortunately, that guy's still alive. We'll finish him off. Do I want to bring anything back? I don't think we will just yet. I think we'll hold off and just take a bit of damage here. Okay, and this boss, after you defeat him, actually, he comes back to life, so it's not over once you kill him, unfortunately. I really want to play Demon Form, but I kind of need to play both of these. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll bring the other Flame Barrier back at 2, actually. Maybe we'll play both of them. Do that. Pop you. I think we're going to drink that now. And pop that as well. So I think we're fully blocked. And we'll save some block for the next turn as well, since we played that power card earlier. Alright, so we get to carry over 3. So not really super helpful, but it's something. Do we want to play Berserk, though? Because that's not really a power card that really helps me. We'll just dump some of these other things and see if we want to. Sure, why not? We'll make him stronger, but maybe worthwhile. Okay. I think we're just going to double our block now. And I may do another run too. So as I said, this run's wrapping up. So if anyone's still around and joined mid run, maybe I'll do another one with a different character. Okay, we could double our block after Flame Barrier again. I think we're gonna do that. Just try to build up a lot of block to carry it over after each of these attacks. So we're getting hit every time, but we're blocking enough that we're safe. We're drawing so many cards too. Okay. Pen Nib's not going to hit for a while, so I'm tempted to play that, but I think we're just going to continue the block train here. For anyone jumping in, this character is kind of used as a lot of strength type of abilities, and the route I've gone with this run is using block as my attack, essentially, which I haven't done yet, but Body Slam is kind of how I use that, where you use your block as an attack. All right, so we'll get stronger. Is now the time to play Demon Form? Yeah, why not? I think we're pretty safe with this run because of having our Revival, Relic, and Potions, so we should be pretty set. We'll block again there. Okay, we're about to double Body Slam him, so love that. And we got a Dexterity because we played 3 attacks that turn, so helping with our block even more in the future. Okay. I feel like I'm doing the same thing every turn, but it's hard not to play that. We'll pop that so we start dealing a little bit more damage to him going forward since he's vulnerable now. Alright, pretty much play that every time, even if it doesn't really amount to anything. I think we're just going to continue the slow growth of playing block cards. And he's getting 10 health back every time, you can see here, but I think we're doing enough damage that's wearing him down. Okay, this is going to be a big block attack turn. So we're going to hit that. Hit that. Do it again. We may put him into second phase here now. Yep. So he is now put into second phase, so you have to kill him one more time. And I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. I thought I was a little concerned playing this the first time through, so for anyone's joining at this point in time, yeah, the block build is awesome. I kind of expected my cards to be total trash because once you play it once, you unlock things, and I expected these cards to be like not nearly as effective as they needed to be. So I was going into this being like, okay, I'm gonna die. It's gonna be something I've played a couple times, but surprisingly, we not only are we gonna beat this guy, we have like Fairy in a Bottle and Lizard Tail to be revived if we happen to wind up dying, which doesn't feel likely with our block just continuing to carry over. So at this point, if you play power cards, you don't strengthen him anymore because he's in the second phase, but I'm tempted to play that, but honestly, I think we're just going to continue. We're just going to double block here again. So he pretty much is never going to be hurting me with how much block I've built up. And I'm going to be slowly killing him. Not as fast as I need to be necessarily, but whenever I draw the body slams, that's really where he gets hurt. So honestly, I think we're going to do that. And we're going to double it. So our block is getting insanely impossible to deal with. I don't know. I'm pretty sure there's a... I know I got the 99 block achievement. I don't remember if there's one for like 999. I'm a little bit tempted to like push for that, even if I can like win without doing so. Let's see. Maybe I'll try to like insanely get this high just to see if there is one. I don't really remember if there's a achievement. Chances you can get your block high enough to kill him. Yeah, exactly. Probably. I need to be careful. Yeah, I could kill him right now with Body Slam. But I don't remember if there's... I think there's just one for 99, if I'm being honest. So, kind of a funny turn. We'll just do that. He's dead with one card. So, we had 292 block even after that. So, pretty crazy build we were able to put together even with the starter cards that we get. So this is the heart. He's kind of the final boss that when you get the extra secret ending, you face him instead afterwards. But for now, since we haven't beaten the game once yet, bam, yeah, right. You wind up just beating him. And since it's a roguelike game, you technically like die here and encourages you to start over. So kind of cool here as well. So my score was 769 and it shows everybody's score combined that's ever played the game, which is wild to see. What's that, like 14 billion or something like that? So crazy amount of time played. Beat the game with the Ironclad. Okay, so we got that achievement too. So technically it's like, oh, you died by beating it here. And you're dead. Exactly. So here's where I just unlocked some stuff, but there's still progression. So I'm 469 out of 750 for the next level of unlocking stuff. So still quite a bit. So here's what I unlocked. And I love all three of these cards, honestly. So this one, double your strength. Obviously, that's huge. This one, it's kind of situational. If your enemy's attacking you, you can get strength. So kind of, it's rough when you draw that at the wrong time, but it's effective ultimately. And then Heavy Blade, I love this card as far as a higher cost card, where if you get your strength super high, you pretty much just wail the guy that you're facing against. So last game I played where I had that body slam at the end, Heavy Blade can really do that with strength stacked instead of block stacked. So great additions for a strength build to do in the future. And new characters. So we unlocked the Silent, who's probably my favorite character to play as. Once again, may not be as fun to play with when you don't have the cards unlocked that you pretty much need to make him effective. Yeah, exactly. All three of those cards would have been nice to have with strength, because I wasn't sure if, Entrench and the other block one that carries block over were going to be available, but fortunately they were right off rip, so we were able to pick those up and play those, especially with enough power that we got. Yeah, Silent I love with... Yeah, Barricade. Silent I love with the Shiv build, but I'm a little not sure if we can do that this early, because I know accuracy's not unlocked, and that's kind of a big one to make that effective. And I think After Image also is huge, just with being able to use block with cards being played. So I'm not sure how effective it's going to be as a character early on. You pretty much play as either Poison or Shiv with him, and maybe Poison would be smarter. Although similar to what we just saw with the double strength with the Ironclad, I think there's a double Poison that's not unlocked right away. Yeah, the hard part is, what do you do with Silent if you don't do Shivs? So we'll see. Maybe I'll We've been going for surprisingly. This is like the longest I've ever done a run, like a couple hours. Probably because we're streaming, we're demonstrating the game, going a little bit slower. But so you see here, we unlocked the first key to get the secret ending. So the red one's lit up. It's been a while since I've actually done that. I think you now have to beat it with the silent and the defect to get the ability to have the secret ending. But with that, I did unlock Ascension on the Ironclad. So pretty much what that is you go up to 20 levels where you make the game more difficult every time you play it. So if you turn this on, you see Ascension 1, elites spawn more often. So you're going to have more frequent, harder fights throughout your progression, which could be a good thing because you get more relics because of that as well. But pretty much each one of these levels increases, and you can make more and more variables that make the game a little bit harder to play. So it provides more replayability in the future. So that's a big reason I really enjoy this game. When I'm playing this on console, I pretty much just throw it on Ascension 20. A lot of times I'll lose because of that, because it's harder, but it feels like it's more realistically challenging, so it's not always necessarily an easy finish. So yeah, we'll run one with the silent here. So as mentioned, this character plays completely different as the Ironclad. So the Ironclad heals after each fight, which is big for especially beginning players, and it's pretty straightforward with just like attack cards. Granted, we did go with the block build, but the silent does not heal after each turn, so you have to be a little bit more cautious with taking damage than the Ironclad. On top of that, his starting cards aren't the greatest. You have your typical, well, I'll show you when we get into it, but your typical attacks and blocks, but there's not much early on that I feel like he really does effectively. So while he's probably my favorite character, I think prior to the unlocks, he's probably going to be the hardest character to win as, in my opinion. But we'll see. We'll give it a run through. As mentioned, we'll probably either do the dagger or poison approach, but it's not going to go as smoothly as that last run. I'm pretty much guaranteeing at this point in time. So keep that in mind. So, okay, interesting. We have two options here. So we can either have our first three fights be pretty much cakewalks, or we can increase our max health by 7. When I'm playing this on Ascension 20, I always pick that first one because a lot of times you can kind of like elite snipe. So if there's elites early on that you can get to, you can pretty much just kill them with one attack. So that's an approach I like to take a lot. And maybe I'll do that to demonstrate it in the event that we get it. It may not be smarter than health, especially since we're pretty early on in unlocking stuff. But we'll do it to kind of show things off. So you can see this will count down as we do some fights here. So a lot of times here is when I'll look at elites and okay, where's our first elite? So we have a couple here and here. So right off the bat, I'm seeing the ability to go boom, 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 boom. Probably left because in all likelihood, one of these question marks is going to be a fight. So if we go this way, we may get to this elite on our second or third fight and pretty much get a free win there. So I think that's the route we take. And then after that, we can kind of, navigate from there. But I think we start with that and see where it goes. So these first couple fights, I'll show you the cards too that he starts with. So same situation, basic strikes and defends. Neutralize is my favorite card of his that you start with just because weak is so big and being free is like super effective. When you upgrade it, you end up putting 2 weak. Survivor is okay. It's a better block, but if I'm being honest, it's kind of meh as well. You can do a lot of fun stuff with him though. I don't really do it often, but you can do things where you discard cards and you can do damage, or you can gain block when you discard. So a lot of relics can really stack well with the whole discard ability of him. As I said, I don't do it often, so probably won't be doing it this run, but it's an option potentially. All right, so here's where we have to start deciding what we're going to do. We can go with Piercing Whale. I like this, but it's not necessarily a great early card because you have to start having like an effective strategy to attack, especially with the Silent, who's kind of slow. I don't hate Poison Stab. I don't hate Leg Sweep. This is kind of like the safe route to go, though. I think one of these two I'm going to go with. Leg Sweep's kind of safe. Poison Stab will at least show off. I don't know if I'm going to go with the Poison build, but for the sake of demonstration, we'll grab the Poison card to show kind of what it does. It may not be a good idea, but we'll see. All right, so first here, remove a card, lose 7 health. Don't love that, but we're going to do it because I don't know if it's as effective playing this game earlier on to do this, but I typically like to reduce pretty much all these 10 starter cards. I try to dump as quickly as possible, but because we're the silent, we need some attack. I'm going to dump a defend first instead of what we did on the Ironclad. Keep with the question marks. Hopefully we don't get fights, but maybe we will. Okay, we got this again. Remove, transform, or upgrade. Transform really tempts me at this point in time. I'm really tempted by that, but I think we're going to play it safe and click remove. I think we're going to take another defend off. Yeah. Because the silent doesn't do a lot of damage early, and it's kind of risky to get rid of a lot of attack cards. I keep doing self-inflicting damage here. Yeah, we'll do it. Okay, not the worst. As I said, I think we'll go left because there's some potential here. Oh, what if the question... There's no way this would happen, but in theory, we can go question here, second fight, question here, question here, question. I don't think I've ever got... I don't think it's physically possible, but imagine if you fought the first act boss and he had 1 health. I've never done that. I don't think it's realistically possible, but that would be wild. Okay, that's a great one. Getting more block is helpful. So dexterity pretty much helps with block being higher amounts. And since it's early, we'll upgrade the poison stab. In case we can like duplicate it later maybe. Alright, so here's kind of the fun part about getting that first relic that I got. This guy, you ready for him? Tough, really tough fight here. Ready? Oh, dead. Healing when we go to a shop. I love that. Regen's nice. Okay, maybe we will go poison. When you deal an attack, you apply a poison. Upgraded version of that I think only costs 1. Noxious Fumes I do love too though. Upgraded version of that I think applies 3 to everybody. So Envenom's kind of a fun one. You can do this with a Shiv build because you're doing a lot of attacks. So it's kind of using poison with that. I think we're going to go Noxious, though, just to play it safer, because when a card costs 2 early on, it's really hard to be able to afford to play it. Granted, I could upgrade it pretty shortly here. Yeah, we'll grab Noxious. Maybe I'll regret that, but... Okay, we haven't faced any fights in these question marks, which is wild. Okay, yeah, I will swap that out probably with just a regular strike. So I just picked up a card that it gave me, and I gave a strike. And it's like, oh, I think later on you can come back and pick up the strike, but I'm not going to remotely do that. We'll go this way. Not that it really matters. Elites have 25% less health. Love that. For the sake of science, we're going to try to see if we can get to that elite. I don't think it's going to happen, but that would be wild if we don't face any combat the entire first act. And damage plus shift is fun. Yeah. Yeah, it's a crazy good build because you're dealing damage and poison. So if like the opponent has an artifact, you're just like powering through that really fast. For the sake of science, that's just, okay. So we're not going to be able to fight that second elite with no health, but we'll at least have that easy fight. I don't really love either of any of these. This is the only one I'm tempted by. Because it is an effective, like, when they have the multipliers, like, it's like 6 by 6. Pop this on, they're dealing 0 damage, which is wildly good. Do I want it this early? Who's the guy I'm facing? That's actually who you want to use it against. We'll take it. I kind of prefer the upgraded version, but maybe we'll upgrade it later. Okay, we don't need to heal. Well, we actually kind of do need to heal. 90% of the time, I just take this. I kind of hate that curse, but I am tempted by it. We'll play it safe. Get the health. Do we want to go to the shop? 190 is not like a whole lot. I guess I could have picked up the... Yeah, maybe that was dumb. I could have picked up the relic and then... We do heal here. It's just nice. Start with an artifact I don't hate. Okay, a lot of these are good shiv build things. Like this is pretty neutrally good anyway. This is good because your next attack's like double. This is a good card after you played a bunch of shivs. I like Caltrops. I kind of just want to pick up the artifact though. Yeah, maybe not overly helpful, but it's like neutrally effective. We'll face maybe one elite. Yeah, we won't just skate by the entire first act. We'll have one fight. Sure, we'll get gold for money or for health. Okay. So these guys are great to have dexterity against. There's actually a card that gives you dexterity, which I typically love playing against these guys because you typically want to hit one on the outside just as far as the strategy goes, because this guy will hit you, then they hit you. So it's kind of smarter to kill one on the outside first because you're not taking too much damage at once. I think we probably just start attacking one of them and then block. So they're going to attack for 9 each, I think it will be now. It's annoying how close I can get him to dying. I think we just probably play it smart here and just do that. So this potion is like a healing potion that will happen over time. If you're playing somebody who's going to be like a longer fight, that's when you typically want to throw it out there. At this point, sure. So these guys are kind of annoying. Whenever they're not attacking you, they're giving you these dazed cards. So it pretty much just clogs your hand up. So it becomes a problem if you let this drag out because your entire hand could be just ineffective cards. Well, let's see. Here's exactly my point. All right, so we'll dump that. And thankfully we're blocked fully, but... And we kind of ran through a lot of those, so we shouldn't get too many more in this next hand here. Hopefully we can kill the left guy first here. Yeah, so he's dead. And we'll start working on the other guy. So, sitting pretty good against this elite. Well, fun part about when you play this guy, it's your turns are pretty straightforward because you just play what you got. You don't really have a whole lot of options. Alright, we'll just try to kill him as much as possible. So, I didn't really explain it, but when I poison somebody... Pretty much it's an effect that stays on him, so he's going to take 2 damage, so he's dead here, and it decreases by 1 every turn. So if he survived, the poison would be 1 next turn, so it kind of eventually scales down. Kind of would be nice if they had a relic that was like, poison does not drop at all. I think Monster Train has something like that. Okay, this is huge. Whenever you apply poison, you apply another poison. So I get we're going poison at this point in time. I didn't really fully commit to that yet, but I think... I don't like any of those cards. So this elite, or this Act 1 boss is interesting. The higher health you have, the higher damage he does, his first attack, which is his second turn. So I'm gonna not heal because it doesn't really affect me. As long as you have like an okay number of health, you're better off upgrading typically here. We'll do that because we'll just... This guy's gonna get poisoned to death. It'll be a good example of showing off what poison does because this fight will be a little bit longer. Okay, good. Neutralize will last another turn. Kind of sucks drawing Piercing Wail this turn, but that's okay. So his next attack's going to be, what, like 3 times 6 because I've weakened him, I think it'll be. Yeah, 3 times 6. So here's where if I played that Piercing Wail, he would be attacking me for 0, which would be awesome to have. We're gonna throw that. Yeah, we'll do some blocking. This is a guy, I say this about so many people, but another one you don't want to let hang around because he starts giving you self-damaging cards, kind of like that last elite did, but these ones hurt you. And his attacks, like every, I don't know how many turns, every like 5 turns or so, he hits you for a big attack. So you can't really jack around with him for too long. But the poison stacking, I think, is going to make this a pretty easy fight, I would hope. We'll see. All right, so boom, boom. Yeah, I would show an example of that, but we'll probably be able to do that later, just because that's a good one to keep. So he's getting taken down by 15 poison. Now it's 14 next turn, so he's slowly dying, like, passively without me having to attack him because I've thrown poison onto him. And because of this relic, which is amazing, every time I apply poison, it gives him another poison. So if I give him 6, he gets 7 or something like that. All right, so we'll just hit him here because he's not doing anything. Yeah, this is going to be an easy first fight against this guy. I did kind of skate through without having to fight any enemies with having that first relic, but I imagine the next one. So he has asked, so he gives us this burned card, for example. We take 2 damage at the end of our turn, so he gives you a lot of those eventually, and it becomes a problem if you don't kill him because your hand gets full of these, and there's burn upgraded, which is like 4 damage per, so you can't mess around with him for too long, but he's dead after this turn. He's taking 33 damage. We do like anything to him, he's done. All right, I'll show it for science here. He's attacking me for 8. It'll be 2 after I play that. And he's dead because of the poison. All right, we're just banging out some of these achievements. Gain 2 strength. I don't love melees. If you get the, there's a relic that gives you +2 on X cost cards. So pretty much how this works is however much energy you have is how much the card does. So you have to expend all of your energy, but you get to apply that much decrease of strength and weakness to the opponent. So I don't hate it if I get that relic, but without it, I don't really love it. Draw 1 discard's not the worst. It kind of cycles your hand. I don't know if we need that with a poison build necessarily. It's kind of more effective, I think, for shivs. Nightmare is interesting, but it just costs so much. Do we want Tools of Trade? I mean, it can help us draw like more poison stabs. That's really the only benefit I can see from it. I think we're going to skip for now. I think we're going to hold off on grabbing any of those. Okay, so we can transform and upgrade 3 cards. Not a bad, you're kind of taking a risk there. You can just remove 2, or you can get an additional relic from an elite. So these all 3 are kind of like, none of them are bad, but none of them are amazing. They're all kind of that middle ground quality of a relic, I would say. The double relic from the elite's kind of nice, but I'm also tempted just to have like a tiny hand size and continue to just dump poison into them. So I think I'm going to do that. And is it too risky to dump 2 strikes? We have to make sure we're doing a little bit of damage. We'll do that. So we have a super small hand size. We only have 11 cards, and the good thing about that is we'll cycle through the ones we want more often, but we also need to start getting some better cards. Okay, middle and left give us more rest. And the middle seems like the better route there. What about elites? So there's 1 everywhere. And the merchants, I think we're just going to take this spot and go there. Seems reasonable. Okay. Should we just, yeah, we'll just hit him with that anyway. We'll take 1 damage. That's all right. That's all right. Okay, kind of a lame turn. So this guy, when he gives us this negative effect, he's going to make it so whenever we play skill cards, we take a bad card. So kind of a rough situation there. It's kind of like if you were watching the Iron or the first elite I played in the first run with the Ironclad, where skill cards made him stronger. This one, skill cards give me bad cards, so it doesn't take effect till next turn, but I don't really need to play any of these anyway. Okay, so we're just gonna attack him and try to build up that poison a little bit more. Okay, we'll do that. The nice part about things like Iron Wave, it's an attack card, so it deals damage, but it's also block without playing a skill. So it's kind of a nice double-edged sword there. Oh, we had the artifact. I completely forgot about that. So this relic that we have made that negative effect that he tried to use on us not go through. So skills aren't harming us anymore. So kind of a plus to picking that up. And he's dead. I don't even have to attack him. So you can kind of see the benefit of the poison stacking. We don't have a lot of stuff unlocked that really optimizes that and makes it really stack crazy amounts like we had with the block build with the Ironclad, but it's still enough. So here's the Shiv build. Pretty much it's a skill card that you play, but it gives you 4 of these attacks. So if you can kind of like play them repeatedly, and it's kind of like a lot of small, like 1,000 cuts type of situation where you're just hitting him for small amounts multiple times, but you can really stack him and make him strong, so you can wind up doing a lot of times with a lot of damage with it. Do I want it now, though, that we've gone kind of the poison route? Maybe if I went in Venom, it would have been smarter, but... And that would have been really good with the Snecko Skull. I don't hate dodge and roll. I don't really normally pick it up if I'm being honest, but it's upgraded already. I'm kind of going with the block and poison approach. I'll pick it up, sure. I love Shivs. Maybe I should try going with them here, but it doesn't feel like necessarily the time to do it. So we can grab a relic and maybe get cursed. Sure. We got cursed. That kind of sucks, but... So we got the relic applying 1 vulnerable to all enemies, though. So probably worthwhile. We can just sell that curse here at the shop if we want to. We'll go that way so we can have the option. All right, so this guy is going to have block, which the pro and con is he has artifacts, so poison's not going to do anything while he has those, but by hitting him with poison over and over again, it goes away. So it's kind of a benefit to doing that because poison's not going to be impacted by this defend that he has. So he can have this be 100 and poison's still going to hurt his health regardless. So kind of cool option there. It's really one of the benefits to poison if you can get through the artifact, that is. All right, so kind of a lame turn, but we'll just do that. But poison's now going to start to hit him with that power card that we played. Problem is we need it to stack a little bit faster, so we're just straight up blocking this turn. Okay. So he's probably going to die from poison, not from us actually attacking him, because we're not going to get through that shield in all likelihood. Okay, here's that curse we picked up. It's just kind of just a junk card to sit in your hand. It's kind of just a problem card more than anything. Sure, we'll just dump that. So he's dead next turn no matter what here with the poison. Cool. So he is dead. Not too bad. You can kind of see the... Okay, we got another poison. I think we're going to pick it up. Benefit of using poison as an option. It's not as fun for me. It's ironic. I feel like the Ironclad we went with, I love the strength build, but I realized blocking is an effective strategy. We wound up doing that. And with the Silent, I love the Shiv build, but I realized poison's an effective strategy. And we're kind of going with poison now. So the path I don't normally take is what we're doing. So it's kind of fun to do a different play style. We'll check out the shop. See if we can get something good. We did heal too. I completely forgot we had that relic. All right, so when somebody dies, we draw energy in a card. That's kind of a nice one. The pillow you saw last run with the Ironclad, super nice. We get to heal extra amounts when we rest. This one I don't really ever pick up, I'm being honest. So you get to choose a colorless card and add it to your hand at the start of combat. So, not one I normally go with. Here's the card that I mentioned that gives you dexterity, which is potentially effective. That combining with doing the poison could be a good approach. I want one of these relics. Kind of torn. This one's like way cheaper, so I can't buy both of them. I could buy this one and then sell that curse. But I do kind of love the gremlin horn, if I'm being honest. I'll play safe. We'll do that and just get that out of our hand. Okay. It's funny, when I'm normally playing this game, the question marks a lot of times are fights or like something bad, but early on, it seems like with the game, when you first start playing it, question marks feels like they're just positive events, which is nice to have for once. Okay, this one I'm not sure I want to do. So if you read, you kind of commit to picking up some relic that could be good, could not be really relevant to you. Like a lot of times I'm thinking of one where it's like 2 cost attack cards get played twice. But I don't really have any 2 cost attack cards, so it's not really helpful for me. But for the sake of showing the game, even if it's probably not going to be worthwhile, I will wind up doing this and taking damage to my health. So you take 1, 2, 3, then 10, I think. Yeah. Okay, that actually was a pretty good one. So we're going to get a power card at the start of combat. That's going to be free, so love that. The downside is most of the good power cards I like with the Silent aren't unlocked yet, so we'll see what we have available to us. That okay, After Image. Apparently that is one that's... I love this. So this is good mostly with shivs. So whenever I play a card, I get a free block for it. So it's kind of a fun being able to play a lot of stuff and also block. So it's like attack and block at the same time. Kind of like we did with the last run with the Ironclad. I feel like I should just start poisoning you. We'll do that to you. Plus I'm weak to you because you're probably going to hit us pretty hard next turn. I will say too, I try to mention this in some of my videos, but I appreciate anyone here for the live or in the VODs. I'm super thankful anyone here to watch what I put out. So thank you for being there. If we play it safe here, we're going to take some damage though. Who do I want to? Well, he's dead actually, so actually we won't take any damage. So yeah, we'll just keep poisoning the big guy. Okay, kind of a easy turn, I guess. We'll just keep poisoning him because he's dead. And do I want to gain block next turn and like be pretty safe, or do I want to keep swinging at him? I have a lot of block cards I'm drawing next turn, so we'll just swing at him again. All right. Well, we're pretty safe here. We'll just keep going. Yeah, I think this poison build has worked out pretty effectively here. I'm glad I started to go down that path because a lot of times that's the annoying part. As I said, I like to force shivs, so I'll like deny poison build stuff, but then they'll keep giving me that as card options. I'm like, okay, probably should have committed to that. So you can't be too greedy with how you want to play because it may not let you play that way ultimately. Okay, this will be good. So whenever I play 3 skills, I deal 5 damage to all enemies. So most of my cards are skills. Love that. Pick up that potion. Ooh. I love this card, but upgrade Noxious Fumes. It's not even a question. I'm kind of wanting to hunt some elites at this point. Let's go here. Let's upgrade maybe that other poison card. Yep, love that. You know, we're gonna be greedy. We're gonna be hunting some elites. We're playing a little. Oh, I love that too. We got an Venom, so we can show you what this card does. This power card does now that we drew it, because of we start off with a free power card every turn. Hit me for 7 or 16. I don't love that. Maybe I should have blocked more, but try to just hit him with some poison. Okay, so this guy's healing whenever he attacks me too, so he's getting health back from when he hits me, so I have to be like pretty effective at hurting him. We will fully block this time. Okay, we're just gonna keep hammering this guy. Sure. Yeah, we won't take any damage now. So even though I'm not breaking through that barrier that he has with the plated armor, the poison gets through it, so he's dead in 2 turns, whether or not I... Can we kill him this turn? I think we can. Yep, so he's dead. Awesome. Deflect is tempting because I do need some block. And I could start to sell the defense and get like a free block. Sure. I don't think it's a great card, but it's one we can roll with. Love that. More health. All right. So here I pretty much always pick the bottom one, so we can get this card that gives us strength, but we lose health. So it feels like it's more for the Ironclad, in my opinion. We can transform 2 cards. I don't think I really ever have picked that. Or we can just get a relic, which gives us more strength first turn. So not really helpful for our build because we're doing poison, but I'm going to go with this because it's like, why not type of situation, as opposed to the other 2 where it's like, it's a little bit risky playing those. Okay, once again, we don't have the item at the top. We can gain that, but then we lose 21. Where are we at on the map? Problem is I take that, I can't really elite hunt, I don't think. Maybe I could. Okay, we'll go with it. Now I'm torn though. Do I just go right and not fight the elite? I think so. I'll just go right. Maybe I shouldn't have even picked that up if I'm being honest, because 5 health for 21 was probably a bad trade-off. All right, so here's that power card we did not pick up earlier. We'll just get to use it this turn. Here's the guy, once again, that once you attack him, he gets to block a little bit. I kind of don't want to take any damage here, but I want to poison him too. So, that's fine. That'll be fine. Okay, because I picked that up, I can discard stuff. We'll just discard a block because that's not something we'll need. We'll just hit him with all these. Do I want to dump this or do I want it potentially? Yeah, I'll keep it because if I draw it, he may do like a 7x3 or something next turn. Did not draw it, but probably okay. Pop you. Okay, so we're fully blocked at least, and he's dead next turn. Okay, this doesn't really matter. He's done. So cool. Don't love our health status. I was tempted to play a potion that time. Maybe I should have played the regen. I'm gonna pick you up because it filled up all of our slots. Dagger spray I do love, but does it really make sense to pick up? Sure. It's upgraded. Not really relevant to our build, but go here. What can we upgrade here? Sure. I don't think that was necessary. I thought about just resting, but I think we can do it at the next spot. Okay, love after image to start things off here. And we're just gonna apparently go heavy poison. We'll be fully blocked. And didn't really get to hit them when they were vulnerable, so that's kind of rough, but that's okay. Of course, I draw Dagger Spray this turn. So he's going to do that to me, but once again, is my artifact still there? Did I lose it from... I think I may have lost it, actually, so maybe he will actually get to get that off. Okay, we're going to do that. Do I want to kill you? I mean, you're pretty much dead at this point. Okay, so I don't even have to mess with him. He's dead. We'll start going for this guy, which I think he will get that off because my artifact went away from when they used their status effect on me the first turn. So whenever I play skills now, I'm going to take a bad card into my hand. So because of that, we'll just play you and not play the deflect. Even if it's free, it's going to be a bad thing for us. Okay, hit him with that, and he's dead. Not worth it. These other cards are tempting me. Like the apply 2 weak is kind of nice. Backflip also is a good card. We're going to pass, though, I think. All right, this time we are going to heal. And I should probably play some of my potions this fight. Like maybe we'll just throw the strength one on right off rip because it's the one that, like, this one doesn't make sense to play until you play the other ones. Kind of sucks that you have artifacts, so I'm gonna have to slowly tempted to play dodge and roll, but so this dude, he's gonna summon 2 people here, which they don't come back when you kill them, so you want to kill them. Problem is this guy, he hits you for like 50 on a turn in like 7 turns or something like that, so that's gonna be a problem when it eventually does pop up. I'm gonna throw that on you to weaken you. You pretty much always want to have him weakened when he gets that attack because it is really tough to deal with ultimately. I'm debating playing the regen. I don't think I needed this fight though. I think we can skate by without it. Yeah, it's kind of crappy that you took that from me. We'll dagger spray you guys. He's almost dead. He is dead. Noxious Fumes would have been nice to be able to play that too, but that's okay. So he's pretty weak for a few turns. You can see here, here's where you can see kind of, well, this one is his level of strength, but he's weak for a couple turns. So even if I don't weaken him, he's going to probably have that by the time he hits his big attack, at least the next couple turns, obviously. Although he's going to shake it off now, so I need to draw another weak card this next turn, hopefully, so that he doesn't hit me for like 50, as I said, whatever it is. 51, yep. Well, we didn't draw the one I wanted, but we did draw Piercing, which isn't actually as strong as I would like. Honestly, I think we're going to play everything but Piercing because that was only going to take away a little bit. It's really effective when you have those multiplying attack card or powers. And he had just a normal like base number, which isn't great. All right, so we're just going to hit you a lot here, and you're dead next turn. So not too bad. I mean, you're dead, so this is kind of just pointless, but yeah. Okay, as I said, I like this card, but I'm not necessarily thinking it's good for us. I like Die, Die, Die. But once again, not necessarily for us. Especially since I already picked up the dagger spray. It kind of does the same thing. Malaise, I don't hate, but I think we're going to pass on all these. I don't think we picked up a card either time we beat the first 2 act bosses. Okay, hate this. You get an energy, but you can't smith. I don't like this one. I'm probably not going to pick up any of these. You get an energy, but you can't see their attacks. So I've done this before, but it's a little bit less fun to play because you don't really see what the opponent's doing. Snecko Eye is a nightmare unless your cards are all like 2+. Like if you have cost cards that are like 2 or 3 or even 4 or so on, Snecko Eye is reasonable. But since most of my cards are like 1 and even 0, that's a horrible idea because it makes the cost of your cards random, so it could totally screw you. So I'm not going to pick up any of these, if I'm being honest. I was a little bummed by all the options there. All right, so we got Donu and Deku. They're probably the easiest Act 3 boss. I'm not sure if the build I'm going for works. I wish I had the... There's a card that you can pick up that deals... when you kill one of the enemies, it deals that much damage of their health to the other enemy. So it's great against this boss when there's 2 bosses, but I'm not sure we have that unlocked yet, so it may not be really helpful for us to even consider that at this point in time. Pathing here, I'm looking at that middle right. We get some elites, we get some shops, we get some rests. I think we roll with that. Sounds good. Okay, might as well play that. Might as well play that. Weaken you. We're mostly blocked. Problem with these guys, if you put poison on them, they die, and then the poison's gone, so it's not really great for that. So these guys are kind of somewhat of an anti-poison build, I would say. Like, you have to attack them. Or at least apply the poison like across the board pretty uniformly so they all die at once. Dagger spray kind of nice here. Pick that up. All right, so he's dead. I think we probably should block here. Put you up there. All right, so I need to kill these 2 this turn. Otherwise, he's going to come back, which not great, but may wind up happening because the poison is rough against these guys because it doesn't stay. When he comes back, he's going to have 0 poison. I may just have to have you die next turn. I think that's what I'm going to have to do here. And then hit you with that. And then from there, we just hope we can kill the 2 outside ones this turn. All right, so he is fully dead. So we just swing at this guy. And I don't know if we can kill him, though. Oh, he's going to stay alive. Don't love that. Well, that's kind of unfortunate because he's going to come back to life now. Keep you again, I guess. Good time for dagger spray. All right, so we got it done. Took a little bit longer because of the poison's not really sticking. What you got, JDev? Overall, did you like the Scream 6? I seem to like that one more than most. You may have shared that already, but I don't recall. So, I think I share the opinion that I've seen pretty many people have, I would say. I know obviously you're a big Scream 2 fan, but obviously Scream 6 is another one that you defend. But I probably fall in the camp that a lot of people do. I think I've heard T. Parker talk about it, or even Ken Sledge. But Scream 6, I really enjoyed those first 2 acts. The third act, I feel like lost me a little bit. They got a little bit too silly for me. Having Dermot Mulroney run at Melissa Barrera with a gun in his hand, especially. I remember watching that scene. I was like, why doesn't he just shoot her? He just like sprints at her and they fall off the balcony and so forth happens from there. But I don't know. Honestly, I don't think it's too bad. Maybe I probably need to give it another rewatch. I don't think I've watched it recently. When it first came out, I watched it a couple times. So I probably need to refresh on it, especially before Scream 7 comes out. But I think on my rankings, I wound up having it second to last. So out of the 6 movies, 5th, which I know a lot of people have said this as well. Scream, if Scream, my worst movie for Scream is Scream 3. And if that's your worst movie, you're doing pretty good. I agree with that sentiment that they're all solid movies. So even if it's my 5th, I still enjoyed it. And I think you just have to be mindful that I've heard before that after Scream 5 was a little bit darker with killing, spoilers here if you haven't seen Scream, so keep that in mind. But after they killed off Dewey in Scream 5 and had some character deaths in that as well, I thought I remember seeing that they wanted to be a little bit more lighthearted in Scream 6, even though there's kind of some dark scenes with like the ladder scene and things like that, which was a cool set piece, I'll say. So some cool variety in Scream 6, but having Scream 5 been a little bit darker, I've heard that the writers wanted to make Scream 6 a little bit lighter. But I think in doing that, they lost some believability. Like having Chad get stabbed like 50 times over and over at that theater scene at the end feels like, I liked Chad. I didn't want him to die. But you had a scene where he got, repeatedly stabbed. And it had a pretty cool scene with the 2 Ghostface with the blood wipe. When you did that and then you had him alive at the end, you kind of made me be like, okay, just a lot of plot armor going on here. But all in all, I enjoyed it. But it's definitely an above average horror movie for me. But it feels like it could have had, a little bit higher threshold for me. Like if they nailed that final act, probably would have been my top half of Scream movies. But because of that kind of interesting ending they took, they also did the typical Saw thing where in Saw, you have kind of the universal rule, I feel like, especially in that franchise. If you don't see the character die, you kind of know that they're still alive. You had the daughter around that ladder scene get thrown off, and it's like, oh, she was killed. And then we just have Dermot Mulroney be like, oh, yeah, she died. We unfortunate situation. As soon as that happened, I'm like, she's alive, and if he's saying she died, he's in it on it too. The kid is the son's the only one I wasn't positive on. He was acting a little strange. He was like, oh, I got my econ exam or whatever he said. So going with the 3 killer route was a unique approach to take. But I feel like they had a lot of things they could have really excelled with, and they just didn't hit the mark on some of those. It felt like they did a lot of great stuff, but not enough for me as much as I was hoping for. So that's kind of my thoughts on Scream 6. Scream 3 is the work on your ranking as well. Yeah, I don't know. I personally enjoy when Scream's a little bit more down to earth and serious. I like when they're a little bit meta, when you have things, like Mindy doing the same thing that we had in the first couple of movies where we're talking about, oh, this is what the movies do. This is what you do with horror movies. They target these characters, and here's what you have to do to respond. I like that kind of stuff with Randy and things like that. But I feel like Scream 3 took that to a whole nother level with the whole cast of characters. I didn't really enjoy any of those like cast members they had as the original characters. They weren't the greatest. We had like the house explosion, which was a little over the top. I probably need to give that one another rewatch too, but I feel like the killer there with the reveal was a little bit weak, and it kind of did some retconning, which I was fine with, but honestly, the most interesting thing they did was having only one killer, which we'll see if that winds up sticking with Scream 7 coming out. Maybe we'll get some more backstory with some of the other movies that took place, but it felt like it wasn't as fun for me. Yeah, I know I've heard you mention Scream 6 you enjoy, and as I said, I don't mean to knock on it. I really, really enjoy it as well, but it feels like some of the things, there's a few cracks there where I'm like, you could have really landed it, but we kind of left things off. The big thing I'm wondering, curious on your thoughts too here as well. I think I've talked about it, but how are we going to incorporate with Chad and Mindy coming back without Melissa or Jenna's character? I'm curious how they incorporate into the story. We'll have to see there. And I think I did a video on this as well, but how are we going to have all of these dead characters coming back? Curious to see what they do with that. Yeah, different opinion. I feel like Ken says that all the time. Different opinions are great. It's cool to have discussions because if everyone thought the same thing, it'd be less fun to talk about. And that's the whole point of like menus at restaurants, gives us some variety of options to talk about, different opinions to bounce off of. All right, cards here as far as picking these as I'm continuing here, and we can keep talking. I'm just progressing this a little bit. I do dig this card, but do we need it now? I don't know if we do. Do we have anything strength right now? I don't know if we do. Yeah, exactly. If everyone liked the same stuff, then there wouldn't be a variety of movies. JDev, I think I'm debating going to see, if you're still here, debating going to see Drop this next week. I think you saw it. I think you gave it, what, a 3.5 stars? Sounds like you mostly liked it. Debate going to see that one, because I've heard surprisingly decent things. The only pause I had was that I felt like seeing the trailer when I went to go see another movie showed a little bit too much in my opinion. So I'm a little concerned about some of that being revealed. But I've heard it's surprisingly a decent like suspense film. So curious in your thoughts on picking that one to go see this week. Do I want Riddle with holes? I don't know. It's not a poison build. We're gonna pass on it. It was a bit slow to get going. Okay. I could see that being a film where you have to like build up the plot points and like they go to the restaurant or whatever, and there's probably slow tension builds. I just feel like no need to spoil it, but I feel like in the trailer they showed us like so much like, oh, the guys at got something going on with her daughter at home, and then even at one point they show like the glass exploding out when she's like dangling off. I'm like, I didn't need to see that. That feels like a pretty big scene from the movie, I assume. Hopefully, maybe it's like a dream thing, but it feels like, why'd you show us that, in my opinion? Are you on my Letterboxd? No, I don't have Letterboxd. I've debated doing stuff like that, or even like games, I think like Backlogged is a thing. Honestly, my like idea at one point was having everything connected, because I feel like I like having lists and like my rankings of stuff when it comes to like movies, games, music, and it feels like a lot of these services are a little bit like isolated with like, this is the movie one, this is the music one, this is the game one. My idea at one point, I don't have like the knowledge to develop this like app, but I feel like having all that combined into one thing would be cool, because otherwise you're stuck with having multiple accounts everywhere. But no, I'm not on your Letterboxd. I've debated, as I said, making an account there though, because I feel like it'd be helpful to keep track of what my thoughts are on some films and just kind of have a record backlog of referring to. Every time I hear Drop, I think in that movie where yeah, I think it was called Fall, where she climbs that tower, and my favorite part of that movie is where the girl's like not really there, but she thinks she's there. But that's not the greatest film, but yeah, I think of that one too, because it's kind of like a climbing concept. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I saw on Instagram you posted your screenshot of your score. But I've debated doing something like Letterboxd. Maybe at some point will wind up doing it. I feel like I'd like to keep track of that stuff. I just feel like you kind of have to have so many different accounts to kind of balance between them, which is kind of a pain to deal with. What are we going to do to get rid of that? What are your thoughts, JDev, on are you going to see The Strangers Chapter 2 this year? I'm a little bit torn on that one. I'll probably still see it at some point, but after that first one, I was a little bit disappointed with how they handled it, and I'm hoping the second one could be a little bit better. We will definitely dump that. and he's almost dead. Have you yet to see those the Strangers movies? Yeah, I didn't see it in theaters, but last year I think I actually did a review on it when I'll probably do it again this year. When I was just kind of picking up stuff on my channel, I did a movie review for 13 days in October. I'll probably do that again this year. Another Noxious Fume, sure. And one of the ones I picked was The Strangers Chapter 1. I tried to get some variety as far as recent films and some old films, and variety as far as different subgenres of horror, but I think that was the lowest one I reviewed. It was like, I saw the original Strangers like back in the day, like when it came out. I think I saw that one in theaters actually, but I thought the original was okay. It was like fine, but the remake they did, it just feels like they did everything in the original movie again, but worse. I won't spoil anything if you haven't seen it then, but it feels like they just replicated the original movie, but the changes they did choose to make in small areas were worse versions of it. It just feels like, why was this a movie? Kind of feels like it was like set up to build the franchise or the trilogy going forward, which is fine, I guess, but it's kind of starts you off on a rough foot as far as that being your introductory film. Just, I don't know why they didn't just pick up with like after that first movie, maybe. It just feels like a little bit poor choice in my opinion. But yeah, I didn't love that one. That was, I think, the lowest of the 13 films I did watch in review. I'm okay with spoilers. Fair enough. I guess the things I'll point out then, just lightly. The big one was they made one change where in the original one, they were at this like place for this resort and their friend shows up and he accidentally kills his friend. And this time they changed it to being like the guy who owned the Airbnb or whatever. It just felt like a little bit less impactful. Like the first time it was like, oh, this is his friend. This is a major traumatic event for him. And they like made a small change there in a weird way that made us like not care about the character he just like murdered. I don't know. It just felt like they wound up making small tweaks like that where it's like, okay, either, do the original thing. And if you make small changes, make them better. But it felt like they wound up doing the same thing as far as the movie premise goes, but they made things worse when they made small changes. Like they made the characters pretty dumb in my opinion. There was definitely eerie signs when they first like had their car get messed up at this diner at the beginning. And they just like the guy at first is being kind of smart. He's like, I don't know if we should trust these people. And the girl he's with is like, oh no, it's totally fine. Then he totally becomes kind of your stereotypical like dumb character who makes really bad choices from then on. So it just feels like a lot of the choices the characters made also were just super poorly done, in my opinion. So a little rough, and I'll have to see what movies I pick for this year for my 13 Halloween October films. I'll probably try to do it a little bit sooner than I did last year. Last year, I came up with the idea pretty close to Halloween, so I was like trying to hammer them out fast, but that was definitely one of the rougher ones for me. All right, which way do we want to go here? We'll hit the question mark. Oh, these guys again. These are like the worst poison people. What films are you looking forward to this year, JDev, as far as stuff that's not out yet, I'll say? We will block. I don't know what my answer would be for that, honestly. I'm trying to think. I think that Jurassic Park comes out this year, which I'm a little bit torn on because the last couple were awful, but it feels like this one looks like it's decent. I am curious to see, trying to think what else. The new Final Destination Bloodlines, I'm hoping is good. I'm not sure what I think about, I Know What You Did Last Summer, but I love those kind of whodunit movies, so I saw some reveals of maybe the plot points, though, and it seems like they didn't have a lot of creativity with that one either, so hopefully it winds up being a little bit better than the initial thoughts of what it could be at this point. Mission Impossible Final Reckoning. That looks good. I've heard... So I'm not a big Mission Impossible fan. I've heard a lot of great things about the franchise. That's something maybe I'll watch in the future. I mean, other than his like weird antics, Tom Cruise as an actor, I feel like is typically pretty good. So I imagine I would enjoy that stuff. But I haven't watched the last few that I've heard are pretty good. Like honestly, I think the only one I really remember watching in its entirety was when there was a theater nearby us that just opened up. I went to go see Mission Impossible 3 when it was in theaters, and that's pretty much the only one I saw like live coming out, and pretty much the only one I remotely even remember. So I think that's a franchise I probably would enjoy. Maybe I'll get into at some point, but it's not one that I've really digested at this point in time. We will. Can we actually just win here? I don't. Does Tom Cruise still do all of his stunts too? I feel like I've seen like things where he's like hanging off the side of a plane, or like he did that motorcycle stunt off that jump in one of the recent movies. I feel like I saw that clip of him doing that, and he just seems like a wild man. Mission Impossible 3 is your favorite one? Okay. I thought it was decent overall. I'm not big into spy movies. Like, I'm not huge into like the Bourne series or like James Bond. I think they're cool, but I don't necessarily have like them super high on my list. So I think that's probably partially why I haven't really explored them. But I've heard the last few have been just amazing. So maybe I'll have to give them a watch. Alchemy. We're gonna skip all these. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go to the shop. I'm trying to think what else does come out this year. What were your thoughts on? I was a little bit disappointed. I know you and I both watched Cody's stuff as well. I know he had seen it early, and it sounded like he wasn't a big fan of it. But Death of Unicorn, I did a review on that one, and I feel like that was something I thought was an interesting concept. And I thought it could have been like Abigail, where it's like, oh, this interesting creature feature that's kind of both horror and comedy. But it felt like I talked about it plenty in my review of it, but it kind of just turned into a Jurassic Park replica almost towards the end of it. It felt like, where it's just like, okay, they're ripping off all of these scenes where I feel like the comedy kind of went out the window too, where it just turned into kind of just a creature feature attacking type of thing. So that was one I wasn't as high on. I've only seen a few movies in theaters so far this year. I've seen that. I saw The Monkey and Hard Eyes, which of those three, I'd probably rank them. I think I had The Monkey and Death of a Unicorn at the same, and Hard Eyes just slightly better. But that was one too. I was hoping for a little bit more, but I still had a good time with it. What do we want to do here? Is it a little late to get discounts on products? Let's just sell a strike. Where are we at? Are we almost at the end here? There is one more shop I could hit. I went that way. But do I want to go that way? No, I think we're gonna go right. If I'm being honest. Oh, there's another shop up there. Okay, so we'll just pass now. Maybe I should have grabbed the membership card. I haven't seen Death of the Unicorn or The Monkey. Fair enough. I felt like I wanted to go see stuff in theaters, so I was like, I'll go see them. I think we talked about this too as well, but I pretty much have just been seeing stuff on Tuesdays when stuff's been discounted, just because it feels like if the movie's a dud, it's not as big of a hit going to see it. So that's why I'm thinking about seeing Drop on Tuesday. But it, I used to see stuff at like screenings early, but those like theaters are a little bit farther away now. So I'm like, it's not really worth it for me to go see it, even if it's free and early. But yeah, Death of the Unicorn and The Monkey, I saw those on a couple Tuesday screening or Tuesday showings where I figured, if these are okay. I was a little bit bummed with The Monkey, I think, too, where I knew it was going to be kind of comedic as well. I don't feel like it got overly creative towards the end. I feel like just kind of stuff happened and that was it. There wasn't there wasn't really a plot to the movie. It felt like stuff just took place, and that was pretty much it. Like there wasn't really much beyond like, oh, there's this monkey that harms people, but there wasn't much plot beyond that. But I thought it was okay. It was good for like a one-time watch. I'm probably not going to necessarily watch it again. I'll try to see the first showing possible. Yeah, I get that. I probably should too, especially if I'm trying to review stuff, and because I feel like typically people are more interested early on to see people's thoughts. But at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. I also, if I'm being honest, I don't hate when the theater's like empty, which it's less full than it probably is opening night. T. Parker loves the monkey. That's fair. I know a lot of people loved it. I think we watched the movie guys too as well, and I think Mike really enjoyed it. So I think a lot of people liked it. I would definitely watch it at some point. I just wasn't as big of a fan of it personally, if I'm being honest. But I think for a one-time watch, you'd have fun with it. But after I've seen it, I don't feel like I need to watch it again. Like maybe if it's on TV, I'd like throw it on, but not gonna go out of my way probably to watch it again. What to do here? These guys are gonna hit me hard. Wow. Okay. Kill the last one at least here. What are your thoughts, JDev, on? I know we talked about a little bit on the future with the Yellow Jackets as well. I still need to do and put out my season 3 overall review, but obviously you saw my thoughts on the final episode. It felt like I'm honestly a little bit concerned. I don't know how realistic this would be, but I could see them not renewing it based off of. I haven't really paid too much attention to like other people's feedback on how well it's been received. I'm mad at the finale. Yeah, she really wasn't. I feel like she was pitched as being a little bit used more than she actually got used. Yeah, I was bummed. She was one of my favorite characters in the first season, and I was pretty bummed when they killed her off. That probably started my dislike of Shauna, but she got really. I know I went on like a few tangents with it in my reviews, and I did a short on it too, but Shauna, I feel like this last season, they made her just super miserable to be around. And I get the like, it's Lord of the Flies situation where she's not going to be like a fun, happy, like, this is awesome. I love being out here and miserable. But I feel like her character took a dip, whereas Misty, like especially Christina Ricci as Misty, I feel like I grew to like a lot more than the first season. First season, Misty was a little bit unhinged. And she still kind of is, but it feels like she's pretty likable as an unhinged character now. Whereas Shauna's like, nah, she's just like so like awful. But yeah, I was bummed to see Jackie killed off in season 1, then not used as much here. I also was surprised. I know he's not as big of an actor, but you have like Joel McHale come in. You have Hilary Swank come in. And I think Hilary Swank was in 2 episodes? And Joel McHale was in like 3 maybe? So it feels like you didn't really use your cast as effectively as you could have. So it just feels like a little bit, I don't know. I hope there's another season because I enjoyed the concept and the show overall, but at a lot of these last few episodes and the season as a whole, when I'm doing my review, for anybody who really loved the season, be prepared that I didn't love a lot of parts of it, to be honest. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this before, but check out. You have mentioned that. I should probably check out because we do have access to stars. I like her overall. She was also in. I didn't watch it, but she was in Fallout, I think. She's in some other show too. I can't think of that I really enjoyed. I'm trying to remember what it was, but she's a good actress overall, I would say. I'll pick that up. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I know you've endorsed it a few times, so I'll have to check it out and see if it's up my alley. I am debating now. I'm like trying to look for a show to watch too. I guess I'm a little on the fence on if I'm going to do reviews of The Last of Us. The first episode I think drops tonight. I thought about doing like shorts instead of actual videos because it's a little bit less consuming. And if I'm being honest, I didn't love The Last of Us 2, the game, as much as I enjoyed the first one. Not for like the reason a lot of the crazies didn't like it, but we'll see if I wind up covering that one. Obviously, when does you starts up here pretty soon, shortly as well? I know you and I had the same opinion as far as season 4 not being great for you, but I'm gonna wind up watching it. I'll probably. That's one, since it's on Netflix. I don't know if they've mentioned how they're gonna release it, but since it's typically like one season drop, I'll probably watch it all in one go and just do like maybe a season review instead of doing episode review with that one. But knowing Netflix, they'll probably drop like, here's half the season, here's the other half the season. So we'll see when that comes out. But I'm curious to see how it ends, even though season 4 kind of was rough in my opinion. Do I want to? We can afford to upgrade. Not that we need to upgrade much here. Give you season 5 a chance. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it, but I really didn't like the direction they took with season 4. I'm gonna skip this. I feel like they got too weird. They kind of the same thing that I've mentioned with even in a different way, but like where I talked about Scream 3 got a little bit weird. Season 4 of You got weird. Like the only thing they tried to do, and I guess this is kind of spoilery if people haven't watched it, but the thing they tried to do was they tried to do the whole Fight Club thing where it's like, oh, he's just you. Which it's been done before. It's not something necessarily like overly creative. So I didn't feel like it was that great. And other than that, it was just kind of a weird, it felt like the environment, I know it was in Europe or whatever, but it just felt like a whole different vibe than the rest of the show. Like it was completely different tone as far as what they were going for. Like it was like a mystery whodunit, like Clue situation at one point, which got a little bit goofy because they're all like in the room together and like, oh, which one of us is the guilty party? But I really like I think season 2 was the one I liked the most, the one with that had Jenna Ortega. And season 3, both of them were pretty good overall. I feel like having, what was her name, Love, was an interesting variable, especially when you found out I think that was the part in season 2 that was cool when you found out she's actually crazier than you are. So season 3 I feel like they did okay too, but I feel like the reveal of that in season 2 was awesome. Season 1 was okay. I honestly, there's parts where I was like, I may not keep watching, but it was fine for the most part. But yeah, I've been thinking about what else to start taking a look at. I thought about The Last of Us, thought about you. I think this guy's dead anyway. Season 1 is your favorite, followed by 3. Okay. So you didn't like season 2 as much then. I guess where's your thoughts as far as the variability there? Because a lot of times when I'm like ranking stuff, it's hard to put placement sometimes because there's only 4 seasons of that. But I feel like I have tiers of things. Like if I'm doing a tier list, season 2 and 3 were like here. Season 1 was here. Then 4 was like way down low. So, do you dislike season 2 or was it just like not as strong for you? Because I disliked season 4. Season 1 was fine and I liked 2 and 3, I would say. What do we want to do here? We'll just go here and upgrade probably nothing since we've upgraded everything already. That's definitely always the hard part. That's why sometimes tier lists can be more helpful because it's like, all right, there's levels to this where it's like, I like this one third, but there's a big drop off from 2 to 3, for example. Hidden Venom first. Alright, he's about to hit me with that, which makes it so I get hurt pretty bad from his attacks. So we'll try to block as much as we can. 3 is close to 1, and 2 didn't give me as much enjoyment as 1 and 3. 4 is downright awful. Okay. So 1 and 3 are pretty close. 2. Okay, so it sounds like similar to me, where I have 2 and 3, 1, then 4 is like you, but you have 1 and 3, 2, and then 4. Okay, makes sense. I feel like in some ways I was a little bit unsure when I started watching season 2, because I felt like we're just like repeating the same cycle as season 1. But when they threw in the variable of I forgot that he had that constricted variable of love being a psycho, I feel like I was like, okay, this is something different. At least I'm on board. I'm hoping they like go back to some like form of reality in season 5, because it felt like he was just like untouchable at the end of season 4. It's like, oh, I'm with this girl now, so we're this hierarchy of society, so where I can commit any crime I want and we'll be safe. Going back to New York, hopefully it's not unrealistic, because it feels like it has that potential to still be a little bit, because like you're back where you killed people and they're just still not onto you. Although the trailer, I don't know if you watched it, I won't spoil it too much if you haven't, but it feels like he gets a little exposed, unless once again we get like a dream sequence with it, but feels like he gets found out, which is probably necessary for a culminating final season to wrap things up. I'm assuming we're gonna get some kind of Breaking Bad ending where it's like, oh, you die at the end and you probably had it coming, is what I would assume how they end it, but we'll have to see there. All right, we are pretty good for this final fight, I would say. Yeah, that's fair. I also watch them. I don't know how you watch them. I feel like sometimes that can impact people's opinions on what they like. But I watched all of seasons 1 through 4 like back to back. I didn't watch them when they came out or anything on release. I watched them. We wound up getting Netflix, and I was like, oh, I'll watch this show. And I watched 1 through 4 pretty much straight through. That may impact your perception of if you liked certain parts or didn't like certain parts. So to your point too, maybe on a rewatch things would change. That's the big thing too with I definitely have the opinion of that people's opinions can change after rewatching. I know a lot of times you lock in your score on something like, oh, this one was a 5 out of 10 or something. Well, maybe when you watch it again, you change your opinion. I'm definitely a fan of being able to like over time adjust your viewpoint depending on whether you view things differently when you watch it again, or you pick up on something different, or you're in a different headspace when you watch it. So rewatching could definitely alter things too. What do I want to do here? Could do that, not take much damage at all. Yeah, we'll just hit you with that. We'll dump you. Did not wind up getting the ability to pass on poison or damage, but I think we're probably going to be just fine this fight. What are your thoughts, JDev, too, on the... I feel like they've calmed down a little bit, but the cast list for Resurrection is like bananas. Like they've I'm curious on how much screen time they're going to be able to give all these people. I'm worried they're going to do the Yellow Jackets effect where it's like, oh, Hilary Swank's in the show. Just kidding. She shows up in episode 8. Like, they've gotten so many characters, and we don't even know if they're going to maybe bring back old characters that they haven't revealed. Like somebody like Quinn could come back that they haven't told us about. So what are your thoughts there with the potential for how many people they're putting in this next season feels like kind of unbelievably high. As for Yellow Jackets, season 1 is my favorite. Season 3 is my second favorite. I think that's most people's opinion as far as rankings go. If I'm being honest, though, it's been a while since I watched show Yellow Jackets season 1 and 2. I watched them on release, similar to what I did with season 3. So I haven't rewatched seasons 1 and 2 since they first dropped. So keep that in mind. But honestly, my initial opinion is that I'll probably like season 1 of Yellow Jackets is clearly their best season. I don't think that's debatable. But I think I may have liked season 3 a little bit less than season 2. They both kind of, I don't know. I've talked about this a little bit as well, where the plot point of Yellow Jackets feels like it felt like it was almost like a self-contained story where it's hard to have that really subject matter be stretched out over time without it being like really bloated or just not really like much going on. So I feel like the point of Yellow Jackets worked for one season, and it's not really a story that you can stretch out that long because the actors are going to get older, which is fine, I guess. They're just going to look a little older. But then they do the thing, once again, where another Saw reference, we get like these girls that are not brought up in season 1 or suddenly, like Melissa, for example, she just wasn't a thing. And I guess they gave a good reason for that with her committing suicide or whatever. But not having that character for 2 seasons and then popping up, I was like, okay, you're kind of retconning in a Saw apprentice here, but in some ways, that's why I think it's hard to stretch that out too far. I think season 1, as I said, is way above the other 2, but I probably, for now, marginally like season 2 over 3 just because it got a little bit... It was like average, whereas things in season 3 I actively disliked. Like the handling of the coach, I actively disliked. Shauna's behavior, I actively disliked. So that's probably the hard part for me, is just 2 was forgettable. 3 I thought was like frustrating. I just want Hannah to come back. Yeah, I know you're a big Hannah supporter. I will say I don't blame you. I think I don't know if I think we've talked about it before with Clyde Phillips not necessarily acknowledging the later stuff, so I'm not sure that's in the cards, but I would be okay with that. I thought she was fine as a character. I don't hate the later seasons as much as a lot of people do. Season 6 I totally despise, but outside of that, I think, and not to relate everything to another Saw reference, but I think season 8 of Dexter is like the 7th Saw film, where it's like, this is just kind of comedic, like it's kind of fun. Whereas 7 I thought was good, 6 I thought was just awful. Like I'd probably debate whether or not I like 6 worse than New Blood or not, despite the New Blood ending, just because of how I feel like it got so boring, and like they tried to do the religious thing, which didn't really work for me. I think some of the new characters in Resurrection might be only 1 episode. Yeah, that's the hard part, is you don't get much character development, and then it's like, well, what's kind of the point of having them in the show, I guess, other than like a big name to try to attract new fans? Maybe that's the goal, but like, why have Neil Patrick Harris come in if he's only going to be in a few episodes? Or, you know, the dude from Modern Family, or the guy from what was that movie? What's his name? David Dastmalchian, I think is his name. Like, why have those other characters in such a short amount of time? Unless, you know, they're fine with doing it, I guess, but kind of as a disappointment. I'm imagining Peter Dinklage and Uma Thurman probably have bigger roles because they got announced a little bit earlier on. I don't know if it's actually the case, but I had heard that Dinklage was the big bad. I don't know if that still is the case. Here's our unlocked cards for awareness. We did wind up beating the with the second character, so here's the one that I thought would have been great with the poison build. Double poison's also great. I can't stand Shauna now. Yeah, Shauna. I don't know. The hard part I have is you get these people that really defend it, being like, "Oh, it's supposed to be a depressing show where she's supposed to be a miserable character." And I'm like, yeah, I get that maybe that's realistic, that she would behave that way. I totally get it. Like she's been out in this horrible situation. I don't know how I would react to that. I can see that being a potential outlet you would take, but that doesn't make it any more enjoyable to watch. Is my thoughts. It's like you can make it as like believable as you want, but that doesn't make it fun or like nice to have on screen. Whereas like somebody like Misty, as I mentioned this last season, she's still a little bit crazy, but I enjoyed having her on the screen and she was like fun to have. Then you get characters like, honestly, I love Jeff as a character, but he's just like the side comedic humor now. He was like integral to the story in season 1. Whereas now it's like, all right, there's this really harsh, dark scene with the girls. Now let's pivot over to Jeff for a comedic relief. It's like, okay, there's not really a point to him. I like having him, and I'm glad he's still in the show, but I don't feel like they did much with his character. I'll talk about this probably in my season review too, but like Elijah Wood, love him as an actor. He's probably one of my favorite actors because he's in so many things I like The Faculty, Over the Garden Wall, Lord of the Rings. Like, I love him overall. And they didn't really use him this season. I don't know if we're setting something up for next season, but he was kind of just wasted, I felt like, as a character. And as I said, they suddenly like bring to light these other characters that were just in the shadows. Like, honestly, watching the beginning of season 3, I'm like, who's Jen? She's important now. Like, even Aquila, like, she kind of became a main character this season. I felt like more than she had been, where they're bringing to light these characters because they're killing off people and they need to migrate to somebody else, but it feels like kind of not realistic when they do that. Season 6 of Dexter, easily the worst. Yeah, I think in the original series, 100%. I don't remember exactly how I had my rankings in the video I did, but I think I had season 6 and New Blood in my bottom tier, I believe, and I think I had New Blood behind it because New Blood's ending just killed Dexter for me for a while. Like, I'm glad it's back. I don't really buy the reason it's back. Amy got her second key here with the silent, but like, I really enjoyed episode 9 of New Blood. Like, having them take down the big bad, them having Harrison and Dexter kind of come together and have a really awesome moment. And then to go from that to the last 20 minutes or so of the final episode. I also feel like, wasn't New Blood a couple episodes shorter? Wasn't it 10 episodes instead of 12 like they normally had, I think? So I feel like they kind of rushed some of that stuff. And then we didn't get the Batista payoff. Obviously, we'll wind up getting that in the Resurrection, but that wasn't the original plan, despite what people will say. I remember what was it, Dexter with that, or Michael C. Hall with that interview where he's talking about, oh yeah, it's cold out there. He could still be alive. And it's like, I think the interviewer even called him out being like, no, the original plan, we talked to the showrunners. The point was he was dead. And he was like, oh, okay. So when that happened, I was a little bit torn because Dexter's a show that I would watch kind of as a comfort show. I know it's kind of weird to say that, but it's something I would rewatch and be like, oh, I enjoy this part of the story and things like that. And when New Blood happened, I don't know if maybe I've watched a little bit, but I don't think I've watched the original series after New Blood happened because it kind of tarnished some of the original stuff. Like, I'm like, well, I know what happens to him at the end. It's kind of like, I didn't watch Game of Thrones, but I've heard a lot of bad things about how it ends. And I imagine it's kind of like that, where people are like, oh, well, I wasted so much time. I don't feel like I wasted time, but it feels like a little bit soured on the original series after watching it. So I'm glad they're bringing it back, even if it's not totally legit in how they're doing it. But I think that ending probably put it below season 6 for me, just slightly. But they're both not great overall. Also, I can go on so many tangents, but the New Blood, like Angela character with finding out things with Google searches and the whole M99 ketamine switch, like there's a lot of smaller things that became big problems when they had that ending. I know that was kind of a tangent to go on, but I think Quinn will have a brief cameo. Yeah, when they had him talk on, and I'll start up. Why not? I'm having fun doing this stuff. So we'll run with the defect here. Third character I've unlocked. They had Quinn on one of those episode conversations, kind of like post episodes. I don't know if you watched those, but the post episode talking about whatever took place in the original Sin episode. And Quinn definitely hinted at, and they had Molly from New Blood, which I think she's pretty salty that she was killed off, but she talked about it, and he kind of was like, oh, if they have me back, we'll see. So I would like to have him back. I don't know if they're just going to keep that stuff close to vest and not reveal it. It's a little bit hard when they shoot these things in New York and people can clearly see the actors. I'm hoping we don't get too many reveals because that kind of spoils the fun of, like, I like presenting the news to people and giving them information as far as, hey, guess what? This character is going to be in the show. But some surprises are nice. Like, I already saw the other day, I don't want to spoil it if you haven't like talked about it at all, but like John Lithgow was talking the other day about his involvement in the show, and it sounds like he kind of revealed about what he's going to do in the show already. I'm like, okay, well, kind of wish I didn't know that now. If that winds up being true, it's kind of a bummer, but hopefully some of the surprises with some of the returning cast are good to see. Like Masuka would be cool to have back. I know you're a big Hannah supporter. Some of the other characters I think would just be awesome to include as much as possible. As long as it fits into the story. Like having Batista and New Blood, I kind of forgave it because I love Batista as a character, but it didn't really make sense. They kind of forced that, oh, we're in New York at the same time, but either way with that. But yeah, hopefully Quinn comes back and other characters. Yellow Jackets makes the male characters extremely weak. Yeah, they definitely, like the coach was pretty ineffective. Travis, I feel like was okay this last season. Obviously the scientist guy was totally like worthless. Joel McHale was a tough guy, but they wound up doing him dirty as well. They definitely prioritized which I get it. It's like the Yellow Jackets are the female soccer team, and they may be targeting that market a little bit more, but they definitely do. It's kind of ironic though. The male characters are the weakest, but I think maybe I'm skewed, but I feel like the male characters are appreciated the most. Like I don't know anybody who hates Jeff. I don't know anybody who hates Walter, Elijah Wood's character. So I feel like while they're not necessarily portrayed as strong characters, they're the more likable characters, which is probably what they're going for. They're trying to pitch like these girls as being able to be fierce and cutthroat, just like anybody else. So I get kind of the intent behind it. Episode 1, 5, and 9 of New Blood were good episodes. Yeah, I enjoyed this. I was glad when it came back. I was like, this is awesome. I didn't really love Iron Lake as a setting as much as Miami. I thought it was okay, and they couldn't do Miami again. It was obvious. It's kind of like Joe going back to New York and you feels a little bit strange, but I get why you wouldn't have Miami, but I kind of missed it still. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It was funny too. The trailer when he's like the call for the local team. I don't think they wound up using that actually in the episode, but it felt like they kind of made their own little like warm setting in Iron Lake, despite it not being Miami, not being the same thing. But I don't know. I know a lot of people give him like grief for it, but I feel like Harrison kind of wasn't the strongest character. I think I've talked about this too, but like Harrison being like a Zach from season 8 would have been a lot more enjoyable to me than the Harrison we got. Once again, not sure. Like, I get that it's probably believable. Them also doing Hannah dirt. I know, despite being like neutral on Hannah, I agree they did her totally dirty New Blood. Like off screen, just like, oh, she had cancer, I think is what it was. Like, what? Like, what? Give us something more than that. Like, come on. But yeah, I was enjoying the show for the most part. There were gripes I had with like the M99 ketamine and like the Angela being a super detective, even though like Lundy didn't figure out Dexter. We're a little bit sketchy, but I was having fun with it until the end. I don't think Game of Thrones is a terrible ending like New Blood. Okay. I've watched the first few episodes of Game of Thrones and didn't wind up finishing it. I'll wind up starting with the defect here, by the way. He kind of has a unique ability where he has like a lot of passive blocking and attacks, so we'll run it with him as well. Yeah, I watched the first few episodes of Game of Thrones, and I liked them. I don't know, we just stopped watching it. I think part of it was I got the impression that the characters that you like get killed off, like the king or whatever it was, the guy from Lord of the Rings, who's, I think I get the impression he probably dies in the first season of Game of Thrones, but I enjoyed him as a character, so I maybe fell off because I'm like, everyone I like's gonna be killed, but at some point maybe I'll wind up watching, because I like that kind of high fantasy stuff as well. Like Lord of the Rings or like The Witcher, things like that are enjoyable to me, so maybe at some point I'll go back to watching it. It's just probably a little bit harder because people did dislike that ending, so I'll be like, oh, maybe I'll be prepared at least. I watched a few of them. Okay. Rather have Masuka return? Yeah, Masuka would be cool. I don't know maybe what you would do with him, though, because unless he's like calling out Dexter on trial because he's not a cop. So how do you incorporate him into the show unless he's just being like somebody who knew Dexter previously? Like unless Batista calls him up and he's like, hey, everybody that used to be on the show, Dexter's alive. Let's come see him or something. But I'd be open to having it, just as long as they have a good reason to do it too. Same options we had here last time. I'm gonna go with the same one and see if we can snipe an elite. Dokes needs to return as a... Yeah, I could see them doing that. I mean, if we're talking about Clyde's preference for the first half of the show, Dokes was in that. That was one of the things I said about Original Sin. I hope we get... Because he was such a cool character, and... I don't know if you've read the books at all. I've read most of them. I need to finish the last one or so. But Dokes has a more integral role into the story than he does, I would say, in the TV series. But he's a great character to have. And I get that he was on to Dexter. You had to maybe do something. I also assumed they weren't sure how long the series was going to go for. Because the Bay Harbor Butcher is an amazing season. But it probably made more sense to be a season towards the end of the show, because the plot point of it felt like a little bit more okay, they're catching on to you. But I think it still worked. But having Dokes kind of meet his demise that early was kind of rough. I feel like he's an example of a character in a way that you could have had Shauna be. Somebody you're rooting against, but is an enjoyable character to have on screen. I think that's something they missed with Shauna and Yellow Jackets, but yeah, Dokes would be awesome to have in some kind of return form. I think Eric King would be all for it too. I feel like I've seen him talk about Dexter as well. All right, we'll run ways before catching up. We could snipe. We can't snipe at all. We can if we go left and we get lucky with the question marks. That's pretty much our only option. Yeah, that's the only way we can do it. I don't know if we'll get lucky and pull that off, but I don't like Walter. You're not a fan of Walter? I don't blame you, honestly. I like Elijah Wood, but I feel like he's underutilized, and I feel like your point about what they did with Jeff and the male characters, I think they kind of did with Walter. They made him very dependent on Misty, being hey, the Yellow Jackets don't like you. I like you. Hang out with me, type of thing. So I feel like they made him kind of a dud character. And if he was not Elijah Wood, I probably wouldn't like him as much. I hope they kind of just do something more with him instead of him just being this side mystery guy, I would say. All right, so as I mentioned, we're doing a lot of passive damage here with this guy. So you want to use orbs, and there's a claw build you can do with damage with that, which I think you do get claws early on in the game, so we can still do that. Of these, I'm going to grab this to apply weak. Season 4 and 6 of Game of Thrones are amazing TV. Sean Bean, aka Ned Stark. Okay. Is he... Actually, I don't want you to spoil for me, but my understanding was he was not in the show that long. But I do like him. Oh, did we run into the... Okay, we're not going to be able to snipe an elite. I love him in Lord of the Rings. I don't know if I watch him in a lot of those. Okay, I guess we're going with the claw build. So with the claw build, you want to collect a ton of these cards because they just kind of boost each other. But yeah, I think Game of Thrones would be cool to rewatch at some point. What do they have? Is House of the Dragon still going on? I think they have a couple seasons of that, right? Where it's the same world overall. I haven't watched any of that either. Here's the same situation where I'm gonna dump one of these, and probably just gonna pick a block if I'm being honest. Okay. What do you, if you're still here, JDev, what do you think about if they wound up taking kind of a lost approach to Yellow Jackets? Because I felt like the last few episodes of season 3 kind of felt like it was going that direction a little bit. I'm curious to see if they'll kind of keep doing that, but with that kind of mystery, oh, maybe it gets a little bit high level as far as this realm they go to after they die or whatever. I also think they could do some like multiverse thing where they like wind up going back to the wilderness at some point towards the end. I've only watched the first season of House of Dragon. Okay. I heard it was pretty good. I think people that even like hated the end of Game of Thrones were like on board with House of the Dragon. All these are actually good. I could upgrade this, make this a free evoke. Block is awesome for free. I'm kind of tempted to grab this though because the Frost is kind of nice. I think I'm going to do that. So Frost is like block for my orbs, which I probably didn't fully explain, but we'll see it eventually. So these are my like passive attacks or blocks that are going on. I don't think Yellow Jackets will do what Lost did. Yeah, part of me wonders, and obviously we're not going to get an answer to this, like, does Yellow Jackets, the creators, do they know where they're going with it? Or do you think they're like flying the plane as it, not like literally with the plot of Yellow Jackets? Are they flying the plane as they build it? Like, do they have an ending they say that like, okay, it's going to end with now all the girls dying or whatever they wind up going with? Or are they just being like, okay, season 3 was received this way, so let's do this for season 4. I'm curious to see if they have like a greater plan or if it's just kind of not really fully fleshed out to this point. Keep in mind, I love the Lost ending. Yeah, so that was one, surprisingly, so I actually just I just watched Lost because it was on Netflix, and as I mentioned, we got that recently. That I just watched it this last year, like a few months ago, like from start to finish for the very first time. And I remember that was another one back like, what did it end like 10 years ago? 15, 12 years ago, maybe? I remember hearing that a lot of people disliked the ending. And I kind of got some like idea of why they disliked it. So it kind of was a little spoilery for me, but I feel like not entirely because I don't feel like exactly what I believe happened did wind up happening. But I thought it was fine. I mean, it feels like, I think you like it. I've heard you mention that I think you like it later on as well, but I feel like Lost started a little bit stronger for me than it progressed. I feel like the middle kind of, it dragged a little bit for me. Like I wound up still finishing it, so it wasn't like that bad. But it felt like the same situation where we have this story where they crash land and it's like, okay, how long can we stretch this thing out? And I don't know, were people mixed on like the reveal? I felt like because it was a probably lower budget at the time, at least TV show, we didn't get much visual representation of this like creature. Like I think the only time we really got it was when they showed it to us in like human form when they had what's his name, the bald guy kind of represent the creature later on. So a lot of times it was like off-screen stuff where people are getting ripped apart. So I get why they did it, but in some ways I was like, not exactly the payoff I was hoping for. People didn't understand they weren't dead the whole time. Yeah, I think that was it. I've heard a lot of people back in the day, the news I got was like, oh, people are bummed that it was like a fake out and they actually weren't dead all along. But from watching it, sounds like they got a little bit more like, oh, this is just another place you went to, like a purgatory, after you wound up dying actually on the island, and then you took off together as a group later on. And we're just like waiting for the other people, even though time's like not defined necessarily. All right, where do I want to go here? There's, 3 elites left. I mean, we can fight one and see how that goes first, maybe. Lost had the highest budget when it aired. John Locke. I liked him. He was in some other show I watched the other day. I was like, hey, it's that guy. I think he was a bad guy in whatever I watched. But, okay. Yeah, it was definitely, I mean, J.J. Abrams, it makes sense that he would have like a higher budget. That was kind of when he was like blowing up and before he switched over more to the films. Let's see. Let's pop you. A reminder, this guy, if I play skills, it's not great, but I'm going to do it anyway. But yeah, I enjoyed Lost for the most part. As I said, I watched all of it, so it was at least enjoyable throughout, I would say. I think Jack was probably my favorite character. He's probably most people's favorite because he was kind of the main character. What do we want to do here? I'll hit you with that. Yeah, we'll block, I guess. Gonna take some damage here. Lost had the second best finale after Breaking Bad, in my opinion. I think that's fair. Breaking Bad is definitely like top tier ending. I don't know if I necessarily like, a lot of people have Breaking Bad as like their best show of all time. I don't think I'm in that camp. I think it's a really great show, but I thought the ending to Breaking Bad was as good as you can do. Like, you had the payoff for, you know, the main character who had like what was coming to him. He kind of turned into a villain towards the end, and you had Aaron Paul get kind of rewarded for that and be like ultimately saved. And the ending that's probably, while Breaking Bad's not my favorite show of all time, the ending to Breaking Bad is probably the best ending of all time from stuff I've watched, obviously. Because other stuff that I felt like did not like measure up at all, like Dexter. I've grown to like the original ending of Dexter as time has gone on. But things like, I don't know, How I Met Your Mother I really enjoyed back in the day, and the ending to that was awful in my opinion. So like a lot of shows that have such a long amount of time on air, it's hard to stick that landing of satisfying ending. And Breaking Bad definitely did that for me, I would say. Did you ever watch I watched the first few seasons of it, but Better Call Saul? I heard a lot of people really enjoy that too. I liked the first couple of seasons. For some reason, I just stopped watching it. I think it was on like AMC, so maybe that's why I didn't continue with it. I think maybe only the first couple of seasons were available on like Netflix at the time. But I've heard great things about that too. And I don't think El Camino, what was that spinoff movie with Jesse, was as well received, but I imagine that was decent too. Do we really want to fight 3 elites? I mean, if I go right, I can still fight 1 elite. Yeah, I think we're gonna be a little safe here. Now it's a good time to grab that. Although now I can't buy anything else except for you. Sawyer, Jack, Kate, Juliet Locke are my top 5 characters. I'm trying to remember who Juliet is. Obviously Sawyer, I know. Jack, I know. Kate, there's like the 3 protagonists. Locke. I'm trying to remember who Juliet was. Remind me who that was. I feel like I should know this, but I'm trying to remember which character she was. Blonde that ends up with Sawyer. Okay, yeah. Got it. So the girl who's like part of the lab or whatever, and she winds up. I'm trying to remember too. I feel bad. Like she winds up falling down that pit, I think. Yeah, I liked her too. I didn't mind too. I liked the one. What was his name? The guy that they showed up to the lab the first time that Locke was trying to like break into. And he kept going through that time loop. I like that guy too. We will Smith here. First, Walking Dead. Second, Dexter. Desmond, yeah. Desmond I really enjoyed. He was a cool character. His stuff with the whole time thing, I don't know if I loved it like every time, but he was a cool like developing character as far as like, oh, he like knows the future. He's got to keep, speaking of another Lord of the Rings character, he's got to keep that guy alive. Was that's sad when he winds up dying. First Walking Dead, second Dexter, third Dexter. I assume you meant Breaking Bad was one of those. First Walking Dead, Dexter, and as far as your top 3 shows or endings. I started watching Walking Dead. Once again, another thing that was on Netflix that I was like, I'll check it out. I've heard great things. People really love it. That has like 50 spinoffs too. and wound up enjoying it. I watched like through, I think I stopped like halfway through season 4. That's another one that's I felt like was a little bit hard to keep the plot like actively interesting, or at least like relevant topics that they're taking place. We're gonna drink that. Because I feel like eventually, like, you kind of rinse, repeat. Zombies come, some people die, rinse, repeat. Some people get added to the crew. So I feel like maybe that's why I stopped watching it. I think I stopped watching it just shortly after one of the big fights. I think when they were at the jail, and I don't even think I got to what's his name, or did I? I think Negan, I think I've heard is one of the characters, but the villain that was from that town. When they had like their big altercation, I am not blocking at all, and I played that dexterity. We'll hold off still, but I think that's where I left off. I imagine that's kind of the same thing with Game of Thrones, though, where it's like I assume a lot of these characters you like and then get killed off. Because when I stopped watching, what's his name? I'm gonna blank on his name. The dude from Death Stranding, whose brother is like a Nazi in the show. He seemed to be more. Oh yeah, the governor was the bad guy they fought. I stopped just shortly after that. What's his name? Dude with the long hair. He seems to become more prominent, and I'm imagining. I understand he's kind of the main character from whenever I've seen like clips of stuff, so I imagine he's gonna be like wind up taking over. Yeah, Daryl Dixon. Yeah. So I probably should pick it back up. I felt like maybe I binged a little bit too much at the time, so I was like, okay, it's kind of something that's maybe harder to watch, like 10 seasons just back to back to back without like any break in time, because that's when the aired like weekly, didn't it? That's kind of not good. Just catching up. I watched Better Call Saul. It's good, but it's not as good as Breaking Bad. Okay. That's kind of the vibe I got. Was a lot of people really liked it. Some people I thought liked it more than Breaking Bad, but I imagine it's probably more of what you said, where it's like it's good, but it's not necessarily the same level. Third is Lost. Okay. So Walking Dead, Dexter, and Lost. That's your order. Okay. All solid options, I would say. I think I'm trying to think of stuff to like. Obviously, I've named a bunch that I need to wind up just rewatching, but or finishing. But stuff that I've like watched the last few years that I was like, okay, it's pretty good. Like, you ever watched Banshee? That was an interesting show with the dude from The Boys. What's his name? Anthony Starr. Thought it was decent. That was another one that I think they ended it at the right time. That's probably similar to Breaking Bad. I think they had a good ending for that. I think it was only like 4 seasons, but they realized when kind of the point needed to get wrapped up. They're like, okay, we can't drag this out further. I'll just kind of have a satisfying end and conclusion to the story. So that was one, while it's not a long show, I feel like they made the right choice of ending it when they did. There is Lost. Yep. Lost is many. Yeah, I don't think there's any characters in Lost I really disliked. Maybe like that couple was kind of random, like they didn't really have a point. I liked the old couple. They were cool. Like when they wound up reconvening, that was kind of a cool moment when like their plane people met up with their plane people. They killed who is it? Michelle Rodriguez didn't last long on that show, if I remember. Like, she's an actress I know well, and I was like, oh, well, she's out. Top 3, Walking Dead, Dexter, Lost. All right, those are all, I think, well respected by a lot of people. Oh yeah, Merle was his brother. I got so in The Walking Dead starting with season 2. Ana Lucia, yeah. Michelle Rodriguez character. Starting with season 2, watched till the original show ending. Banshee's so good. Yeah, The Walking Dead, I mean, that has so many spin-offs. It's like crazy. Like I joked about like Dexter becoming the next Walking Dead as far as this IP just being so well loved that they're gonna like branch it out so many places. Banshee I really enjoyed. Like it's kind of a good situation where I don't think there's a whole lot of famous actors in it. So I feel like most of the story is actually involving the characters, not like a distraction of focusing on certain actors per se. So I feel like that one was a pretty strong show. We are going to lose gold for a relic. That's a good one. Spinoffs, okay. Did you I remember when The Walking Dead came out too. What was it called? The Talking Dead, where they had like the after show where they like recapped everything. Did you ever watch that? I think a lot of like the diehards really enjoyed that. I don't need to be at a shop. I don't have any money. Okay, this would have been nice to get those, but I can't afford them. We should probably heal. Yeah. I don't think I'm being as like effective with this run, but we're still battling through it. I never missed an episode talking. All right, so yeah, it must have been a pretty good after show then. I know a lot of people were into that too. This is gonna hurt a little bit. I don't think I can kill anybody. Yeah, I mean, I know when you have that many like variations of a show that it must be like well loved because those are even like received well. They're not just like things that people brush aside that's like being milked to a point of like not enjoyment. And I think people really loved all of those. Maybe I should hit one of these first so that I know it doesn't get wasted. Did you I'm trying to think stuff I have watched the last year too. I know you do like UFC stuff. I think you kind of are into wrestling too. Did you ever watch Heels? I watched that this last few months too. I know that wound up. I think that has the issue. A lot of times stuff on Stars I feel like doesn't get much viewership because it's blocked behind the subscription, obviously. So they wound up not doing a season. I think they had 2 seasons. And Netflix picked it up, and that's where I watched it. But I'm not sure if they're gonna. I haven't like paid attention lately if they're continuing the show or not. But that's a show I really enjoyed. I'm like mixed on wrestling. I watched it growing up, but I don't really watch it anymore. But I felt like that show was a pretty strong plot point overall, and I enjoyed it. Also, if I won't say anything about what happens, but if you watched it, they ended that show on the biggest cliffhanger like possible. So they have to like find a way to bring that thing back. Not the greatest options here. I'll be watching and reviewing the new season of The Walking Dead. Dead City start next month. Never watched Heels. Okay. Definitely recommend checking it out if you are interested in. I don't even think you have to like wrestling. As I said, I do like it, but I think the plot and the character, it's kind of like also like the Iron Claw. Like, I don't think you have to like wrestling to enjoy the Iron Claw movie. It's kind of like that, where I feel like there's like character development and storylines that are enjoyable to be around, even if you're not like a wrestling person. So I'd check it out if you have like any remotely any interest. But The Walking Dead, Dead City. Okay, I'll have to. What is that going to be on? Was the original Walking Dead on AMC? Are they still doing that? I don't know if I have access to it if that's the case, but I'll definitely watch your reviews of it either way. Do you know if that show you have to have watched? Is it going to be like a thing where it's like, oh, now you know who lived and who died if you watch this? Because I'd be interested in watching it, but if it's like, oh, it's now with the characters who were alive at the end of the 11 seasons, so now you know who's alive, then it may not be as wise for me to pick it up. I've heard good things. Yeah, Heels is as far as shows that I've just like not had much like expectations for going into it, I thought it was solid. Do we want to do that? So this guy, we haven't faced this boss yet, not to cut back off of the chat, but when he gets to below half, so 70 for him, he's going to split. So I don't want to split him just yet. Is that going to... Oh, that is actually the worst I could have done. That was such a bad choice. I may wind up not beating this fight now. So these guys are maxed out. That's kind of a problem. 16 times 2. Oof, okay. We'll see if we want to needing that potion. I'll definitely pop you. Start hitting one of you. Sure. You should be caught up with The Walking Dead to watch Dead City. Dead City follows Negan and Maggie at this point. Okay. Yeah, so then I don't know. I would say I'll just watch your reviews, but I don't know. I don't know if that would be spoiling me if I do that, but I did it again. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, well, we'll see. You said touch on a month. I'm not sure I'll be able to get through another 7 seasons of Walking Dead by then, but don't watch. Fair enough. Fair enough. I will, if I wind up catching up, I will definitely check him out. Because especially if you're a big fan of it, would love to see kind of your input on how they handle new versions of the show. Because a lot of times, I feel like that's the hard part when you have a show that or an IP that you really like, whether it's a show, movie, or whatever, where it's like, I really adore this property. I would like to see more of it. And then when they put out more of it, you're like, I wish you didn't do that. I'm thinking of stuff like, I'm a pretty big Godzilla fan, but a lot of the Godzilla movies I don't like. I'm like, yeah, give me more of this. Or even Jurassic Park's another example. I enjoyed Jurassic Park, but the last 2 Jurassic Park movies, I thought Jurassic World was okay. The other 2 were awful in my opinion. So I feel like sometimes where you're like, I like this thing, I want more of it, and then they give you more, and you're like, I wish you didn't do that. So there could be an issue with that. Like Saw is another one I can think of where it's like, I want more. Granted, Saw 10 was amazing, and hopefully they wind up revisiting it, but sometimes when you want something more, you're also its biggest critic, so you're pretty harsh on when something comes out and it's not good. So we'd love to see your thoughts on how The Walking Dead is ultimately with the new show. Which is probably how I was a little bit with, although I think you and I were both in the same camp where pleasantly surprised with how solid Original Sin was. But when you give us more Dexter, we're going to love it the most, but also be the most expecting certain things. So we'll do that. I think we're going to survive this fight, but it definitely wasn't the cleanest fight by any means. Okay, you're going to split. I'm trying to think what other stuff I watched the last year there's a lot of stuff I feel like I did not watch when it came out, so I've been trying to catch up on it. I don't know. I know JDev, I don't think you're a big anime person, but I've watched some of that. What else? I haven't halfway through. That's another show that I watched some of, but Resident Aliens, when I was like, I've heard good things, let me watch this, and I'm halfway through it, but did not wind up finishing it. Have you watched Shameless? No. What's that about? The one I've heard amazing things about, but I don't have Apple TV, at least for now. I debated doing the trial thing, was Severance. Is supposed to be amazing, but I haven't. What's Shameless? I've heard of Shameless, but I don't think I know what Shameless the plot is with it. I don't like cartoons. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't like all of them. I will say I'm not a deep enthusiast, although I probably have started becoming a little bit more than historically. Typically stuff like Dragon Ball is my bread and butter. Also, if we're talking just cartoons, not just anime, I'm thinking stuff like South Park or things like that. Do we want any of these? I don't think we do. I think these are all kind of not great. But yeah, what's Shameless about? I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with the plot. Don't want that. Don't want that. Tiny house by default. We'll get some potions and gold and health and cards. Okay, not the best upgrade, but it's serviceable. Do we want any of these? I don't know if I want ball lightning since we did the claw build. It'll cycle the frost though, which could be good. Sure. Shameless is a drama with some comedy that follows the Gallagher family. Shameless does fall off at the end. Okay. As I said, a lot of shows, I feel like how you close it out is so hard because you get that balance of like fans want more of it, but fans also expect a good ending, and most shows fail at putting together a satisfying conclusion, I would say. But it does fall off. How many seasons? Or what's it on? I guess too. Drama with some comedy. Okay, I could see that. What's it similar? Well, you may name another show that I'm not familiar with, but what's a popular show you would say it's similar to? Okay, Elite's pretty much everywhere. That feels like the middle, maybe the route. I don't get to hit up either of the shops, but I also don't want to hit up two shops. There's one at the end. I think we're going that way. I hate the final 2 seasons of Shameless. 11 seasons. Okay, that's probably why I've heard of it. If there's 11 seasons, even if just by default over time I would have heard of it. But the finale sucks. See, that's the hard part. That's why I'm like, do I watch it then? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Like, is it, if I'm gonna be disappointed, is the journey worthwhile? It's on Netflix. Okay, I've probably like scrolled by it before. Should I know who the Gallagher family is, or was that just their name that you referenced? Do I want Cold Snap? It's another Frost card. I think we skip here. Yeah. Does have many good seasons though. Yeah, that's, as I said, that's the tough part, is like, are you still happy? It sounds like you enjoyed it, so it sounds like you're content with the show, even if it had a bad ending. But like, there's a lot of stuff where I'm like, if I didn't already watch all of it, would I have wanted to watch it to get to where we got to? I don't know. All right, here's another one where I'm gonna pick Reed because I'm curious, but it's not a great idea because I'm gonna lose 13 health. Or no, I'm gonna lose 16 health because it goes 1, 2, 3, 10, and get a relic that may not be relevant to me. Like, as I mentioned, the tube cost double attack one. We'll see. We'll go for it. Okay, we got the good one again, at least. The power. William H. Macy. Okay, I'm familiar with him. He's the dude. I feel like I'm going to give a bad reference here, but I'm pretty sure he's the guy that's in Jurassic Park 3, right? The dude with the mustache. That's definitely not his like most prominent movie, but I'm pretty sure that's that guy. Jeremy Allen White. Yeah, the guy from Iron Claw. The guy who loses... Well, not spoil it too much, but the guy who loses his limb. Yes, okay, cool. Emmy Rossum. I don't know if I know who Emmy Rossum is, but the other two I do know. Do we want to add a card? I think we probably go for the add a card because we could get a claw. And we did. Do we want that over defrag? So this is also a good thing for your orbs to get stronger, but we have kind of been doing the claw build, so when in Rome. So you're saying is the Gallagher family somebody I should know? Is that like a historical thing, or is it just happens to be the name of the family in the show? Can't think of it. Okay, that's fair. Not everything has like necessarily one for one. I should probably swing at somebody else now because... Just name the family in the show. Okay. You said drama comedy. Okay. I feel like I've been really wanting something good that's like suspenseful recently. Like obviously stuff like Dexter has that. Just where you're like, or like Yellow Jackets, where it's like I'm anticipating like what's to come, and there's like kind of some intrigue there, but nothing's really caught my eye as far as what to jump into that's like that. I don't know, some of the shows, The Night Agent on Netflix. So there's a season 2 of that, right? I've heard of it. I've like scanned past it, but I haven't watched it. That's one that's more actiony too, right? Isn't that kind of like I mean, in the name agent, but that's more of a, yeah, okay. I have not watched it. Is it worth picking up or jumping into? I feel like a lot of the shows on Netflix have gotten like good feedback, but I'm like a little bit mixed on. Like all those horror shows by, what's his name, Mike Flanagan, that a lot of people are like, oh, it's such great work. And I'm like, it's okay. And a lot of them like only are a season or so long, so they got canceled or just stopped. So I'm like, or discontinued. So I'm like, is it really worth getting invested in if it's not going to be like finished? Reminds me of 24-bit. Okay. I remember you're a big fan of 24. I think we talked about that. I have not seen 24 either. I know that was another one big back in the day. I just remember like the ticking of the clock noise. I do like what's his name? Kiefer Sutherland. I think we talked about that the other day too, where him in Phone Booth I really enjoyed. You just started 24? Okay. So you're kind of like me picking up Lost, where it's like, this was iconic back in the day, and I'm late to the party, but heard good things. But I'll have to check out The Night Agent. There was some, I almost watched it the other day, but I think I was like too tired. I'm like, I'm not going to wind up paying attention, so there's no point starting it. There's some show that I saw on Netflix. It was like with Keira Knightley, I think, that had good feedback. That I'm not sure if it's actually good, but I planned on starting it, but maybe I will return to it at some point. We're just gonna do that. I watched the first 2 seasons of 24 thus far. Okay, how that one lasted a while, right? Like I don't remember. I'll grab Glacier, even though I don't really want to. 24 lasted a long time. Yeah, I love Stranger Things. Like that. It's kind of become like pretty mainstream, so I'm a little bit reluctant to say, but I feel like Stranger Things, while it's dragged on a little bit too much, they kind of have the issue as well with how to end a show, which hopefully they give us a satisfying ending. But Stranger Things first season, loved it. I've enjoyed the other seasons too. I think the one I didn't love as much may have been, was it 2 or 3? 4 was pretty good. I do feel like that is kind of the same situation as Yellow Jackets, where it's like, okay, these characters are supposed to be in like high school, and this person's like 25 now. So they have a bit of the issue with like how long you drag it out as far as their like believability that these are still high school kids, or even like recent high school grads. But I love Stranger Things. That's probably, I've never done a ranking. I've debated doing that as far as like top 10 shows of all time, but Stranger Things may be that for me, because I didn't necessarily like live in the 80s, but the 80s is like a time period that I enjoy shows from. Like I'm thinking of like Super 8, if you've seen that movie. And I feel like I did that stuff as a kid too, like making movies and stuff like that. I feel like it was like a fun time period. So with that, I think both that plus the sci-fi element of Stranger Things is just like hits perfect for me, even though they've kind of stretched things out a little bit long, I would say. What do we want to do here? We do have an elite. I think we can afford to upgrade. I just realized I got a lizard tail. I don't even really remember getting that. Um, Yeah, we'll get more cards, I guess, that way. It had a total of 10 seasons. Of 24? Oh, yeah, that makes sense, because I remember, because that was on, I think, regular cable TV back in the day. I felt like that was always, like, promoted as a commercial. I don't really actually love that power card, but I guess we'll play it. Not the greatest turn. Review of Stranger Things will start April 25th. Oh, you're going to be reviewing Stranger Things? Okay. I'll definitely check that out then, because I'm curious on your thoughts on the entire season. You don't have to spoil anything, but I'm curious like where you fall as far as which season's your favorite and things like that. I'm also super impressed with your release schedule. I feel like I am so bad at putting out videos of reviews of stuff, and you have one like every day, which is awesome to see. And I definitely aspire to do that if I can at some point. But I'll definitely check out your Stranger Things discussion, because obviously one I've seen and definitely enjoy the discussion around and talking about. I maybe at some point, maybe when season 5 is supposed to drop, what, like later this year, even though they'll probably Netflix us and give us it like in 2 separate, or maybe even 3 separate releases, like they did with things like Cobra Kai. This guy's not going to die, which is not great. Maybe I should drink the regen potion. I think I'm going to. But yeah, would love to see your thoughts on the episodes of that. I was born 80s, so the 80s are familiar to me. Okay, fair enough. A lot of stuff I watch definitely is from the 80s, so I can understand that. I'm not doing nearly enough damage against this guy. Oh, I should have done that first. Season 4 is your favorite season thus far? Okay. Yeah, season 4 I thought was awesome. They kind of did the same thing they've done. That's probably my one criticism. They kind of did the same thing. I feel like Yellow Jackets does it a little bit too, where it's like, let's introduce new character, and then somebody's gonna die. Oh, it's gonna be new character. Which I get. It's supposed to be kind of lighthearted. You don't want to have like the original cast of kids that you really enjoyed like dying necessarily. So if you're gonna have characters die, I get why they go that route, but I think that's my only gripe. Like, I don't know, like having Joseph Quinn killed off and things like that. I feel like when they add a new character, you kind of already expect, like, some of them feel more obvious, like in season 2 when you had Bob, like, okay, this is a pretty famous actor. Is he really going to stick around for like 4 seasons of the show? Probably not. So some of them are kind of predictable, but I kind of feel like they are in the loop of, hey, this character's new to the show. Oh, they're also now going to be killed this season. Which, with us being the final season, obviously they're not able to do that any further. But I have videos ready to go through May thus far. I aspire to be as like prepared. That's the thing I need to improve on as far as content creation, is having a schedule of releases and having stuff ready. Because I pretty much, since I've been mostly reviewing stuff that's like freshly coming out, I typically watch it after it drops, then I'll record it, then release it ASAP. I don't have like a backlog of stuff that needs to come out, which I think is smart to do if you can do it. Remove a card. What do we want to get rid of? Probably just a regular strike. Daily videos are probably too much. That's what I'm currently... No, I think that's smart. I don't know. Like, I have not at all figured out the YouTube algorithm, obviously, and I probably do a horrible job at it anyway, because as you can likely tell from my channel, I cover Dexter, and then horror movies, and then I jump into Dragon Ball stuff, and then collectibles, and then... So I definitely fail at like the, hey, have one niche thing anyway, which probably helps your growth a little bit more. But I think having some like expected schedule for the algorithm to promote your stuff, I've heard is a good thing. I don't know how much true that is. I'll like, honestly, a lot of times I'll finish a video and it'll be like late at night and I'll just release it because I'm finished it and I want to put it out. So I think having like that routine is probably smart. So I think your strategy makes a lot of sense, honestly. What card do I want to start with? Should I just start with the claw? Beam cell could be good too. Well, let's start with the claw. Get the and I think the more stuff that you have out there too is helpful to help people find your channel too. Ultimately, I was so pumped too when you've had like so much recent growth, which has been awesome to see. What to upgrade? Maybe the claw that I just... Well, that's not... Yeah, we'll pick you so I can grab 2 claws. And definitely, I don't know, obviously, my following's not necessarily overly impactful, but if anyone's watching this either live or in the future, definitely check out JDev's channel. A lot of great stuff to watch there, so... My goal for YouTube was to talk about things I like to talk about, but the algorithm doesn't like to spread it. Yeah, you're kind of actually, now that I think about it, you're kind of the same way as me, where it's like you cover UFC and TV shows as well. So it's a little bit of like balancing that. But if I'm being honest with myself, I don't want to have like a burnout, or like I don't want to make videos on stuff that I don't enjoy talking about. So because of that, I just kind of accept that I may not be blessed by the algorithm as far as promoting your stuff to the right people, because it could get confused where I'm like, oh, today I did a video talking about Drop that just came out in theaters, for example, or something like that. And then next day, I know this is probably not up your alley, but a like collectible Dragon Ball figure got released. I'm going to do a video about that. So because of that, I think there's probably challenges with the YouTube algorithm understanding who like to direct your videos towards. Although sometimes it's pretty smart where like, if I watch some videos by a certain channel, a lot of times it'll know like this is the kind of videos you like to watch. So I think it's smarter than necessarily than a lot of people give it credit for. But at the same time, I do recognize that by not sticking to one concept, you may also alienate people. Like, so if somebody subscribed to the channel because they like hearing me talk about movie reviews, but then if I do a video on something non-movie related, maybe they'll like be turned off by that. So there is a risk you run there too by putting too much content out there that doesn't fit the interest of specific people. So that's probably the other issue. But I think to do what I enjoy doing and to avoid burnout, it's kind of like, yes, definitely do this. Like, I can't imagine having one specific niche that like I did forever. Like people that play games, for example, if I only had to play one game on stream for the rest of my time streaming, I don't think I would have fun doing that. And that may limit your growth, but it just feels like, are you doing this for like, I guess what's your point of doing this? If you're doing this, maybe to like be super successful and make like a side income, and that's like your sole goal, maybe it makes sense. But I think for me, it sounds like maybe you too, like you want to enjoy doing this stuff too. So that's part of it. The extra videos are only doing good currently. Yeah, that's kind of the issue I ran into too, where it's like, honestly, that's my fear, is that I was blessed when Original Sin was going on that a lot of people were watching the episode reviews that I was putting out, which was awesome to see. And I hit that 4,000 hour threshold. But as you can tell, my sub numbers are not high enough to reach like the monetization portion of things. And I have a strong feeling that, which I've totally become fine with, that by the time my sub number would grow, the hours may roll off by like, if it's like later this year or beginning of next year, where it's like, oh, those 4,000 hours you got from Original Sin may no longer be relevant. So I'm mindful of that, but also I don't think I necessarily want to change what I enjoy doing because of that. But it's definitely something I'm aware of. I'm like, oh, well, your meeting one goal may become not relevant anymore if you don't hit the other one. What do we want to do here? I think we want to go this way and maybe rest. Yeah. I've lost a bunch of subs since the end. Yeah, that's the thing too is, and you don't want to like force it too much. Like I enjoy talking about Dexter, but at some point I'm not going to like talk about it if there's nothing to talk about too. So that's the balance of like doing something that's relevant, but also worth doing. Which I imagine you'll probably get a lot more reactivity. Like I imagine you're going to do Resurrection reviews when that comes out. I imagine a lot of people that watched Original Sin will probably come back and be watching Resurrection stuff. So I'm mindful of that as well, as that there's probably, especially we're blessed with Dexter having such a variety that at some point there'll be enough content to talk about with that. But when the show ends, I'm like, okay, I want to make sure I have other stuff to talk about. That's the hard part too when you get in a small niche that you focus on. Like if I just did Dexter content, well, what happens if Dexter gets canceled or stops? Like then you have to migrate. So I think some ways you're better off having that diversity because it always gives you something to talk about and to cover. So what do I want to grab? I kind of want that, but I also kind of want that. Yeah, we may just do that. Minus 37, correction, minus 20. Yeah, that's, and I think I've come to realize that's just going to happen too. Like, I probably check the studio app way too frequently, and I probably shouldn't. But I think allowing that to just happen naturally, like it's going to happen. People are going to sub, unsub, maybe there's bots, things like that. There's a lot of variables at play that it's harder not to get like hyper focused on, especially when your numbers are small enough that you can see them. Like if I lose one sub, I notice it typically. So, but I think being able to be like compartmentalize that and be like, okay, it's going to happen is all you can really do when that takes place. But it's definitely not fun still. I am just wasting my claws on this guy. We'll pass. There's only so many. Yeah, right. There's only so many Hand K videos. Although challenge accepted, right? Maybe you could put a few more out. But yeah, I agree that it's like, and also sometimes stuff like the algorithm can be weird at times. Like even talking about like Yellow Jackets, for example. Like I don't know, my episode 9, for example, I didn't get as many views, and it's just like you would have thought momentum would be building by having more sticking to one topic, but sometimes you just can't like do much about it. It seems like it's just like you're either it's gonna happen or it's not gonna happen. I feel like we should actually block here. I'll be covering Resurrection for sure. Yeah, I figured you might, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I imagine we'll be going back and forth on it quite a bit. I did enjoy your the couple of shorts you've been doing with the whole like save two videos and delete one forever. I feel like that's a fun concept. I like that kind of stuff where it's like it's almost like a list where it's like these are the ones I enjoy. Tell me your thoughts, and it's a good engaging approach too, which I've debated doing some of that stuff more often, but I'm like, because maybe my subs aren't as high, I'm like, should I be doing more putting out than necessarily requesting? Because if I'm like, hey, what's your guys' favorite movie? And like nobody else watches, it's a little hard to be like, oh, nobody responded, so now what do I talk about? So, but I enjoy that kind of stuff where it's like both engaging and kind of gives some perspective on like things you enjoy and things you stack rank. I like doing like kind of list stuff anyway, and just like, oh, what's your favorite of this? That's why I enjoyed watching when Ken does like the list too, where he does like Scream rankings or top movies that I don't know with final girls in them or something like that. Recursion's tempting me. Yeah, it's upgraded. Why not? want to heal? Can we afford not to heal is the question. I think we can because we have the lizard tail. I thought about doing Yellow Jackets reviews starting when season 2 premiered, but I decided not to because of Yellow. Yeah, I can relate to that too because honestly, I mentioned this earlier, but I only watched the seasons once when they came out, so I think I was just. Do I want to play that? Add a random common card. It's gonna clog my hand up, but sure. Why did I thought I had a vulnerable? Maybe not. Oh, that's why. Whenever I break, I think I said in one of my earlier reviews of Yellow Jackets, and I'm like, I don't have the background on this show like I do with something like Dexter, so be mindful of that. Granted, not everyone's gonna watch that video or be that like mindful, but there's definitely like different levels. Like, oh, this is a show I'm really invested in and I know so much about, and that I could, remember everything about. Whereas something like Yellow Jackets, I'm the same way as you, where it's like I enjoy it, but I'm not like a super knowledgeable resource for it as compared to some of the other stuff. Maybe I should have popped that. I don't think they could both hit that guy, but you never know. Nope, they didn't. And maybe next now, but I don't really love the show. Yeah, that's the hard part too. I kind of ran into that problem a little bit with the Yellow Jackets. I committed to doing a review of all of the episodes for the season. But also, there's the challenge of when you're not necessarily enjoying the subject matter as much, you kind of run into that problem where it's like, okay, people watching these reviews probably really like the show. That's why they're watching the review. And if you're just dogging on it every time you talk about it, is that going to turn some people away, or are they going to like downvote the video? Or so there's definitely that challenge where it's like, I run into that problem when I do movie reviews where I'm like, I didn't like this, but I'm not going to lie and tell you that I really enjoyed it. But at the same time, I don't want to have somebody like super bummed because they came here to watch the review and they're like, oh, I'm here to talk about this show that I really liked. But at the same time, I want to be genuine with my opinion and give you my thoughts. And if I didn't like it, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, definitely check it out, it's awesome, because that's not how I feel. And I'd rather, if somebody like sides with me in a lot of different areas and I start to say, oh, I like this show and I actually didn't, then that kind of taints your review or like your perspective on it. But there's that balance of like, I'm reviewing this, and that's kind of where I'm torn on The Last of Us 2, where it's like, I know the story of The Last of Us 2. I don't really like it, but I'm probably going to watch it. So should I talk about it anyway? Oh God, these guys are really messing me up. I think we got a heavy block here, honestly. Kind of meant to use Steam Barrier, which I did not do. Am I gonna die this fight? I may wind up actually biting the bull for the first time here. It's been fun. I have a lost training to re-record. I'll do another keep two. Awesome. Look forward to it, man. Appreciate you hanging and talking. Look forward to watching that too. I'm curious to see what you'll be throwing out there as options. But yeah, as I said, appreciate you, J-Dev, for stopping by. I read The Last of Us Season 1, but I'm not knowledgeable and never played the game, but I know what happens. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I didn't like it as much as the first game. My understanding is Season 2 is going to be the second game broken out into 2 seasons, so curious to see how they're going to play out certain events, but it's definitely not as strong for me personally, I'll say. Yeah, we're kind of cooked here with this. Oh, I forgot about that. Lizard tails are going to be taking effect here. But yeah, I appreciate you stopping in, J-Dav. Awesome to have you here. Have a good one, man. Take it easy. All right, with this game, though, we are playing very poorly. I don't think I'm playing the best. We had to use the lizard tail, which is not ideal. We're going to win this fight, but I also think I've been not necessarily putting together getting that power card pulled out where I'm just drawing stuff isn't great. We survived, though, so we'll have to get lucky with... Ooh, I do like electrodynamics. I do also like reboot. We're going to pick that up. Yeah. How do I have 0 potions? I have 5 slots. All right, we have the time meter, which is like the worst boss for the claw build, which I haven't really been doing effectively anyway. Because when you play cards, this guy winds up getting stronger. So we may wind up losing this one, but that's all right. I guess the positive is we've shown off all 3 bosses, which is kind of surprising that we got that variety. I don't know if I necessarily want to be elite hunting anymore. I'm just gonna go up the middle. Okay, we need better block, I feel like, at this point. Okay, maybe I should have been picking up like the defrags just because they give you such growth for your orbs. Maybe he could have gone for the kill there, but... Oh, we got him anyway. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, says that I don't think I've been picking up the best stuff. I wanted to do a claw build, but I think I've been not doing the greatest at it. We do have some options there. I feel like we need better orbs. Pop that. Yeah, see, like, we're getting no block, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Okay. Are we gonna be taking some damage here too? I think we are. Unfortunately. Especially from this guy on the right. We're gonna need to heal. We definitely are gonna need to heal. Now's our time to strike, so that was a bad choice because we don't actually have anything, but maybe it just needed to be dumped anyway. I think we just try to cycle through to deal some damage. Alright, so he's going to come back, so we have to fight 2 of them still. That's not great, but... As I said, this run's a little bit sloppier. We had like a clear strategy for the first couple, and this one's a little bit off the hinges. Alright, this guy needs to definitely die soon. I kind of just keep bringing one back to life. All right, now the right guy's gonna come back. Bummer losing that lizard tail too. Okay, I think we can kill him this time. All right, we got out of that fight. That was kind of a messy one too. I don't think we want any of those. Shop. Sure. I think we get half off, right? Yeah. Not gonna lie. I think I want this. Also tempted by Panache. Because, well, the problem is Panache, this card is so not as effective against the boss. But up until then, it could be pretty effective. We have to grab Claw, right? We have to just stay alive against the Time Eater, which I think he's gonna beat us because that's gonna be tough to do. With a Claw build is kind of like awful against a Time Eater because playing cards is helpful for the Claw build. It also is helpful for the Time Eater to beat you with. Sure. I don't think that's necessarily the right move. Pop you. Alright, let's start welling on this guy. How do I need to start buying potions, I guess, because I'm not getting any of them. Like, we got that relic to double and to get more slots, but we are not picking any up. Okay. Not the strongest turn. Although we turned it into something with that. Although we have no defend now, so we need to get some of those orbs back. It would have been nice to get a relic that gave us more orb slots. We're gonna cool-headed. Once again, we're not blocking for enough. It just feels like we're pretty weak at defending our opponents here, and we're not also dealing that much damage because the claws do take a while to build up, so that's understandable. But at the same time, we need them to start activating a little quicker. The stone calendar may be how we have a chance against the Time Eater, because that's going to hit him for 52, but... Oh, you are doing a lot of damage. I don't love that. Oh, no. Oh, thank you. I forgot about Panache. That was huge. Okay. Streamline. Tempting. No. It's a little too late for Streamline. All right. What do we have a path here for? We can rest a couple times, face some elites, so we have quite a bit of fighting still left here. Why are you guys hitting me for so much damage? Why are you hitting me for so much damage? Oh my goodness. Well, doing what we can. Are you kidding me? You hit me again? Here's the hard part. I really want to play Electrodynamics, but I really need to play Glacier, and that's zero chance that's going to make that free, but... Oh, it did. Thank you. All right, I think we just won. Cool. All right, let's see. Electrodynamics is huge against those multiple opponents. All right, we got a potion. That's, you know, progress. I'm tempted to grab that, actually, because we do have a lot of zero-cost cards. All right, what do we want to do here? I think we go right and then go up the middle. I think we fight this elite. And then I think we know that we keep getting stuck with this power card, and I keep playing it because I'm like, free power card, but this really just clogs our hand up, so I think we're gonna not play it. And just like deal with... Oh, I should have played Panache first. That was so dumb. Well, at this point... Honestly, I'll pick you two up because I can play you and set you up for a future turn. That wasn't great, though. I didn't want to draw Glacier that turn. Alright. We gotta deal damage to this guy because we've clearly not had enough block to hang around in some of these fights. We're not dealing like the Ironclad we did with our first fight where we just could live forever. This character, our build, is not to hang around. Ironically, we have like the aggro build with this guy when he's supposed to be a little bit more passive. All right, we keep dealing 50 damage per turn. We need to start doing more than that. I don't really want to use you there, because this isn't going to be good. He's going to start hitting me pretty hard here. Okay, pop you. Pop you. You. We're going way too slow on this guy. The calendar's going to have to come in clutch. Calendar's going to... Oh, boy, here we go. 30 damage. Don't love that. And no block. I just pop that because we have to play 5 cards to get Panache to activate. We may be dying here, unfortunately. This may be it. You could do what, 40 this turn? 35? Well, we're going to hang around a little bit longer. I think we're dead. I think we're taking way too long to kill this guy, which that's all right. We it's been a good run. It's about time we met our demise. Cool-headed. Let's see what we draw. These claws are not doing enough for me, I think, is part of it too. Are we just dead now? I think we're just dead now, to be honest. Barely not. Okay. I think now we're dead. I think now we're dead. Pop you. Play almost everything. I don't think it's gonna matter, but 34. Yeah, I think we're gonna just barely die, if I'm being honest. Yep. All right, that was a good run. Not too bad, but wound up beating at that time. So that kind of ran through what the Watcher looks like as a whole, though. So we didn't get to the Time Eater. This is an awesome card to unlock, though. So some decent stuff. And now we can play as or the Watcher, the defect run. Now we unlocked the Watcher. So all 4 characters unlocked on this now, and yeah, so that's just kind of a run through of Slay the Spire. Probably will hop off here, but appreciate anybody sticking through this, watching the live of this, or watching the VOD back. Super appreciate you being here and enjoying the stuff. And it's been fun talking, especially JDev. Appreciate you being here and chatting. It was a good time with that. Yeah, just overall fun time, and I'll probably do this again in the future. Let me know if you enjoy kind of running through Slay the Spire. It's one of my favorite games. Definitely one of my favorite indie games. Probably one of my favorite games overall. So plan to do more of these in the future just because I picked this up on PC. Figured why not share with folks, run through the game, play it, and also just talk through stuff as well. So just a good time to be had here with this game. So yeah, hope you guys had a good time watching through this, but probably will hop off now. And as I said, let me know if you enjoyed talking about this stuff, because I will be happy to do another live like this in the future, or maybe something else if you want to have some other topics or some other games. Let me know down in the comments below. Would appreciate that as well. So either way, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you so much for watching, and I hope to talk to you again soon. Take care, guys.